Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Radio Richie, the Magic Treehouse. Ah, hello there, Mr. Sniper.
Hello, mate. All right. I've had a shave as well.
Bloody hell, you have as well.
Difference. Yeah.
Look at that, you have as well. And I didn't notice, but that's because we're on small, isn't it?
Yeah, small.
That's why.
There's me.
So, how are you doing?
Yeah, good. Nice, quiet Saturday night. It's been a long day.
You've been working?
Yeah. Working on a Saturday. Took Florence, my daughter, to gymnastics first thing this morning. She has 3 hours of gymnastics on a Saturday. She's absolutely amazing. She's only 9. And she's doing stuff that the other girls that are like 16, 17. So it's, she's got no fear at all whatsoever. Yeah, something definitely worth looking at, you know.
She's doing
She enjoys it. She wants to do it, you know. No one's pushed her doing it. It's just something
she's doing somersaults and backflips and all sorts.
Oh, yeah, all of that. She was doing that 2 years ago, mate, you know.
Yeah.
So we kind of, you know, we bought a few things for her here. She's got a big crash mat that she can use at home, which is good. And stuff that she can tumble with. We've got her a little like a cross beam. She's doing the double beams as well at the moment. The parallel bars, those big ones.
Yeah.
Which is a bit scary to see her up there, but she's loving it. So.
Oh, but she's getting upper body strength.
Yeah,
upper body strength, core strength.
Yeah.
She's going to be a tough little cookie.
She's got amazing core. Yeah, she'll stand on one leg for half an hour. You know, not because I tell her.
I'm just going to shout out the chat room because we've got 16 people here already. And I suppose 7 minutes, but I haven't done anything yet. So thank you very much. Sherry Ives. Who are we? Hey?
Nathan.
Say it again. Yeah, Nave and Sasquatch. Effie Nation.
Yeah, nice.
Sherry,
yeah.
Edna, Three Fingers, Morgan, Lion of Tartaria. Lizzo as
well. Hello, Liz.
And Nath as well. How you doing, Nath? I don't know if Pen's with you, but shout out to Penny if she's with you as well. Big love, Pen. And guess what, Penny? It looks like, you know, in hopefully about a month's time, I'll be in the UK.
That would be awesome. Where would you be heading? Where would we be heading for in the UK?
Well, Leafy. All right, mate. Sorry you were in here as well. And Brian as well. Brian's here as well. Yeah, Leafy. Lee. Van stay with Lee. And
where's he
organized to meet up with everybody, hopefully in one big meet up, or just don't know. Depends how long it takes to sort out getting to Ecuador.
Yeah.
Don't know how long it's going to take. So mate, it's all like, obviously in the UK, I'm going to have the same issue as I do here, and I don't think I can go on. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't want to go on benefits. So what I want to do when I go to the UK, I want me and Lee to be making content. On his days off, I want us to go and do stuff, man, and meet people, and and just make a ton of content and expand the YouTube audience. I want to, you know, we want to push. We got this Magia Sajawasi, the Magic Treehouse in Ecuador, man. That's a real. We really, really want to manifest this. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We're
find some people from Ecuador that's over here. Yeah.
We're just gonna, you know, it's like the way I feel about it. There's a lot of anxiety because of my dogs. There's a lot of anxiety about, you know, 2 maybe 3 airplane journeys. There's just a bit of anxiety about that, but I'm not gonna let that I'm not gonna let that stop me, because that was cheeky monkeys going, no, you can't do it, man. It's going to be impossible. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. It's impossible. It's like, nah, you have no
it's that
power.
Cheeky monkey that's been put there for us, you know, for that reason.
Yeah,
to stop us.
To stop us. Well, to make us stop ourselves. We have the free will to say, to listen to that voice. Right.
Yeah.
I was listening to this guy, Corey. I think his name's Corey something or other. He's a cameraman. Over in the US, and he was talking. He's Jewish, but he's very dark skinned, like West African genes, basically. So dark skinned, but Jewish, and he was talking about how he follows this very individual, personalized version of Judaism, but he didn't used to do it at all. He wasn't really into it, and then he sort of found a way for it to work for him. And he talked about the 2 Jewish, the way that, I forget what the name is. There's 2 names, basically, the devil and the angel sat on your shoulder, one telling you one thing and the angel telling you something else. And I didn't exactly agree. I didn't agree with what he's saying, because I don't think that's what it is. I think that's what they want us to think it is. Most of those voices, or a lot of those voices that tell you can't do it, actually different aspects of your own ego.
Yeah.
You know, you can't. We give them. I've been giving them way too much power. Still, even in, you know, recognizing what's going on, they've still got these really sneaky ways of keeping hold of, you know, keeping some sort of foothold in your perception.
Well, I think
calling them cheeky monkeys definitely helps. Lunderground, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, mate.
I think it's also attached to our subconsciousness in many aspects of
subconscious programming.
If we don't believe it, because we've heard it in a subconscious level. So it's, you know, it's a program within us. You know, and that's when we go along with it, and we realize halfway through that we shouldn't be going along with it. That's then we only realize we're part of the program. You know, and that's when we have the option to be strong enough to come away from what we were doing, you know, and we end up going on a different path. And I think, you know, it's when we get to that point and we make that decision, you know, that we can get to the next level, you know, to look back on what we've done. I think you've got to do it a few times to actually recognize it before the choice is even made, you know, so there isn't a choice next time. If you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like the fourth. It's the fourth, like the fourth stage of consciousness.
Yeah, it's under the
being able to stay in an objective observer, like not being the one behind the eyes kind of thing, being the one watching what's going on. Essentially,
the one that's behind the eyes.
It's a connection with your higher self, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what he taught. That's what I like.
Understand your higher self at that moment.
Yeah,
because normally you speak to your higher self after something has happened.
Yeah,
but it's being in tune.
Yeah, it's always in reflection.
At that moment. Yeah, it's always always in a.
So one of the things for me is myself and Sarah have noticed that that we stop ourselves, you know, because we do jump into that observer. We sort of watch ourselves. I watch myself sometimes from here. Hey, it's a bit of the ego popping in there a little bit. Come on. And I'll back, and I'll say, yeah, but that is, of course, just my ego. And I'll recognize it and I'll call it out. And
yeah, you're almost apologetic,
yeah,
apologizing for your own, demise, that it could have been a demise,
yeah,
you could have, because you've been there before, you've seen the results of what you would have continued to say, and it wouldn't have got you anywhere because you've already thought about it previously, and you're not actually meaning what you're saying because it's, as you said, it's just
it's an aspect of you that means what he's saying.
Yeah,
and at the
exactly.
time thinks that it's in control, but it's not, because no aspect of your ego is the boss. That's the thing. They think they're the boss when it's there. So you can.
I think your ego is also attached to things that only that you have heard, and not stuff that you've actually come to terms with. You're only repeating. Your ego only repeats conditioning and phrases and thoughts, and and not at your actual deciphering of any kind of conclusion or anything. Your ego has nothing to do with that. It's all to do with your subconscious, I believe. Your ego, and it's controlling how much of that subconscious programming will determine how big a ego you can get. You get all these kids that are watching, TikTok 24 hours a day. Every time they put their phone on, they're watching TikTok, so they're getting programmed. Whether or not they agree with what
look at the difference.
Saying,
look at the difference between what the Chinese kids are showing on TikTok and what European and American kids are showing on TikTok. It's shocking, like the Chinese kids, they're only allowed to be on TikTok for 2 hours a day,
and that's only if they're good enough.
All of the content is educational, and
which you've got to think in one way is utopia, but what a life that would be, that where you couldn't have just a real grasp on reality of what it could be, and not
right.
And not.
I'll tell you what, mate, we've gone and straight away we've just basically gone and done a nice big jump off the springboard and dove right deep into some shit right there. What I wanted to do was start this stream off talking about.
Hi, Rich. What did you do today?
Yeah, no, it's just a couple of things that I've seen online that I want to just get other people's opinions about, to see where other people are on this. It is, it's what's going on the world stage, but come on, what's going on the world stage is going to affect us, and especially,
it's not going to affect us. It affects the masses, which eventually affect us.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like by proxy.
Exactly.
By proxy, man.
By proxy.
Hey, calm, what you like? The Dazio. Wicklow, where's Wicklow? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Don't know, I've seen you before, mate. Good to see you. Yeah, Underground, man. Good to see him. Obviously, the people I know, everybody I know, because I recognise them because they've been in more than once, and I know that they've got good things to say. They're really good contributors to the chat. I'm really lucky. I've got pretty much everybody. Obviously, I got my trolls, but pretty much everybody that's got a wrench has got a wrench for a reason, because they're
exactly.
They're
well known.
They're part of the family, man, part of the tribe and well known. So, Colm, don't feel like the odd one out, mate. Don't feel intimidated or anything. Just know that trolls don't stand a chance in my chats. They're like gone as soon as somebody recognizes they are gone. And the only reason I say that is because I have been over the last couple of weeks getting it's ramped up a little bit, you know. They've all got interested again. The same ones for fucking 3 years, man. So I'm flattered.
Yes.
I've got, I'm rent-free space in their minds. Jim Dillinger's dude. Oh, there we go. Okay. Jim Dillinger has vouched for you, mate. So there you go. Have a wrench. Any friend of Jim Dillinger's is a friend of mine. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, Mr. Squirrel Sniper, is something that came up on my suggestions feed. Surprised me because I just haven't seen, I haven't even thought about the guy for a long time. But Beyond the Curve,
Brian Mullen,
Del.
Oh, Del.
Yeah. So I went in and I thought, do you know what? Because obviously there's bad blood between Del and Rox.
Right.
Yeah. And by proxy, it's gonna be one of my favorite words at the moment. Everything's by proxy in it. But yeah, by proxy, obviously I took a dislike to him because I saw what had happened, and I wasn't involved in it, but I saw it. And because of that, I was like, yeah, do you know what? But tonight, what he said tonight, mate, it was good.
He was on fire.
Tonight was good, right? He's honest about himself. And you know what? I can't say I'm any different. It's not, I wouldn't turn into psychopath. I think maybe his description is a bit, well, I don't know, actually. I think maybe Del is a psychopath.
Or
that's why he's able. That's why he's able to flick into psychopath if he feels he needs to.
Yeah,
right? In a situation where he feels he's defending his family or friends or whatever, or himself, he'll go into that psycho. And he's, he admitted it tonight. Me, I'm the same, but it's not psycho, it's sociopath. I will flip. I'll just switch all my emotions off, and I'm a cold-hearted fucking warrior, and I will do what and I'll feel bad about it afterwards. That switch, it's like it's on a timer.
Yeah.
And as soon as the deed's done, the timer starts, and then the like 15 minutes or something later, it'll click and it'll click off, and then and then I'll be me. I'll be the sociopath will switch off, and I'll go, oh man, and that's the reflective. That's when I'm back in touch with my higher self. I've gone into a fight or flight. I'm fight. I'm not flight. I'm fight. I proved that again yesterday. I had a big confrontation with the lad next door, and the lad is, I don't know if he maybe was a cage fighter. He's pretty tidy. He's
pretty buff.
He's definitely into cage fighting, right? But the thing is, the giveaway is his legs. He hasn't done any work on his legs. They're like little matchsticks, right? So his upper body is pretty, I'll give him that. He looks good, wanker. But it just pisses me off because I did have a better body, and I'm a lot bigger. He's like Zelensky, and maybe he's 80 kilos, maybe. So yeah, but there we go. That's just my ego, isn't it? Yesterday, he had all his mates around again, making a load of fucking noise, and one of them opened my door, thinking that I wasn't in. And I had my back to the door and I had my eyes closed. I was listening to the TV. Well, not the TV. I was listening to South Park playing on my media player, and I heard my door open. And I turned around, and I'd heard Manuel knock on my door about 5 minutes before, right? But I just kind of ignored it because I couldn't be bothered. I had my eyes closed, and I was like, "Oh, fucking go away!" And he did. He went away. So I knew it wasn't anything urgent, right? But then I heard my door open, and I turned out, spun around. My door's wide open. I went outside, and this lad who I'd seen who'd stayed over the night before, he's walking away, and I was like, "You just fucking opened my door." No. And I know he can speak English because I've spoken to him before. Yeah. He's a cocky little prick. Didn't like him straight away, right from the offset, because of the way that he looked at me and the way that he spoke to me. And yeah, and he just denied it, point blank denied it, but he did. I think what it is he saw Manuel knock on my door. There's no answer, so he thought there was nobody in. So he thought he'd go and take himself a little wander.
Opportunist.
And and the guy that is staying next door has done that as well. He's come into my room. I know he has, because he knows he knew I had a TV. I don't use it, but he knew I had a TV, big 42-inch plasma, but it's covered with towels. So, he had to have come in here and sort of taken a look and gone, "Oh, there's the TV," because you can't really see it. It's hidden by towels that are white against the white wall.
Yeah.
So he's been in my room. So that's why I say watch the door when I take the dogs out. I say watch the door because I know he's been in my room. So I do that. I keep when I've got some data on my phone, I put the camera on and I just jump in and I can see it when I'm out. And if it does ever happen, I will.
You can record it.
Well, better than that, mate. I can hop onto the screen and go, "Hey, cabron!
Yeah,
I see you. I'm recording you. You're live." And then I know he's going to be all right. So yesterday, I've had enough, mate. So I just told the landlord straight away. I sent him a message saying he's back with all his mates again. If you want to come down and speak to him.
Yeah.
And then when I went out, I forget what I went to do. But when I came back, he comes marching out of his room, and he's shouting at me as he's coming out. So straight away, I know he's confrontational.
Had a conversation.
So I'm straight up in his face, towering over him, like he's better built than me at the moment. Except he's not really that much. He's not that much bigger than me. It's just that my size has shrunk down so much. But fucking 3 years ago, I was, but still, I know. Anyway, he backed off straight away. It was like, he turned around, back and like walked away and backed off, and then he sort of lowered his tone, and he's like, and I basically he acknowledged the confusion because we couldn't communicate with each other because he doesn't speak English. So I got my phone and I just translated I translated what my problem was, my issue, why I was pissed off, and he basically apologized, and we hugged it out, and and I learned his name, and he's called Abraham.
After all that, his name's Abraham.
Yeah. It's actually Avram, but which is Abraham.
Yeah.
So
somewhere
cleared the air, but cleared the air, and just it's I feel better about it.
Yeah.
And then this morning, 8:15 this morning, I bumped into the homeless guy that stays up the alleyway that I walk, Alfie. And I've known he's been about because Alfie, wherever he goes, toilet, Alfie always finds it, and he's got something about, you know, that dogs that like human crap because it's got protein and shit in it. It's different, and as disgusting as it is, they like it. I can't. I always shout at him like, "Get off that, you disgusting old shit!" He's like, "What though? It tastes so good." Ugh. And this guy's obviously got bad guts every time, you know. But yeah, I offered him some tobacco, but he had tobacco, and he asked me for some money. And Sarah had sent me some money yesterday, so I gave him 10 euros basically, and he needed a new bag as well, so I gave him a sports bag and 10 euros, sent him on his way.
There you go.
But I've known he's been around. I've seen him before, but I didn't know that was him. And then when I saw him again today, I was like, "Oh,
there you go.
It's you."
Well, it'll come around for you. It'll come around for you.
I'd like to say that that's not why I did it, but I can honestly say that my desire to help him did not come from me from the voice going, "If you help him out, it'll come around good for you." No, it wasn't that. My heart went out to him because he'd spent the night on the fucking, you know.
It's what you had on you at the time. You'd give him anything, you know, no matter what. If you had more than a bag, or if you had a spare jumper in there, you would have given him that as well. You know?
Well, I mean, I said to him, like, "Just wait, meet me at the end of the alley in about 10 minutes." And I took the dogs back, and then I got the money, and well, I got the money, and I went back out, and he'd actually come to the end of my path where I come right out. I didn't really care. But so I went and gave him the money, and when I gave him the money, he's saying to me about all these bags he's carrying, and it's just basically all supermarket bags, plastic supermarket bags full of stuff. So I said, "I have a bag. I have a bag you can use." Like, so I came and got him. It's quite a big sports bag, and I took that out for him. And it's funny, man. It was like he sort of looked down his nose at it a bit and was like looking all inside, and there was a couple of cockroaches in there, and he was a bit squeamish about the cockroaches, and I just brushed it all out and got it all nice and clean inside, and said, "Don't be a wuss. There you go. Take the bag. Off you go."
Well, it's got to be better than having 3-4 bags, isn't it? You know.
Oh, mate, especially, you know, cutting into your fingers, plastic bags.
Yeah, exactly.
Suck.
Exactly.
Plastic bags really
have everything together, you know, especially if you're out, you want to know where everything is, you know.
So, right, one of the things I just wanted to mention, really, I don't really want to talk about it a whole load, but I am interested in what people, you know, how people feel about what's going on over in that country, you know.
Yeah.
Next to the Ruskies.
I purposely don't watch any news, you know, just for that real reason, really.
Right.
Yeah, you know, the only thing I've kind of, you know, I come across all these little bits of information and bits and pieces, you know. I heard something that was never even mentioned, you know, whatsoever, but the Wagner Group, I mentioned this a couple of times ago, they left South Africa in 2020. And they're kind of, you know, I believe they were at the time, you know, helping the Russians in South Africa, and they were doing kind of clearance in a way, in a good way. They were hitting guerrilla targets within South Africa and Africa itself, Nigeria, and they were clearing out the pirates as well. But then all of a sudden, there was a kind of exodus of all of those kind of troops, the mercenaries, from South Africa. The pirates have now got bigger again in Africa. They're hitting the oil tankers again, and other kind of ships. So
I remember the Somali.
Yeah, Somali pirates.
Somali pirates. I mean, South Park even did an episode about Somali pirates and like Cartman going off and becoming a pirate. And that I don't know if that lends it to being some sort of psyop.
Possibly,
you know,
but you know, it could be a way of, you know, children trafficking, you know, to an extent, you know, because they do just go to island and collect
That's
children.
what I mean. I mean, maybe the Somali pirates are actually vigilantes who are, you know, basically taking it out on, you know, taking it out on the West, taking it out on cruise liners, holiday makers, or whatever, you know, because they see white men coming in and basically stealing children and doing whatever. Jeffrey Epstein.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? Exactly. Yeah. So
we can only speculate.
In the chat room. Hippie Shake, how you doing? Thanks for being here, babe.
Hippie. You're all right. I can't see the chat, so I'm flicking
Andrea
between.
73.
Everyone's
73.
here.
Good to see you, babe. We've got 24 people, man. Rah. Right. So yeah, this is what I wanted to, because I was looking at this, right? Everybody knows about this. This bridge in Crimea, or the bridge to Crimea. It's up and running again, right? There's pictures of it. It's repaired. It's repaired enough for there to be commerce again going across.
Yeah.
But they say it was a truck bomb, right? But that is clearly a train with
probably fuel.
Well, I think there was a bomb, but it was a container. I mean, look at the size of the explosion. And the other thing that I was thinking was, God, what a stroke of luck that somebody that was there with a camera or filming and it's a screenshot. But what a stroke of luck that somebody just happened to be there filming it when it blew up.
Was this a photo or was it a?
I think it might be a screenshot or 1 of 20.
Yeah, probably.
Is it still? Yeah. Can you see it? Can you see it changing?
Yeah.
The picture.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's no structural damage. It was just destroyed whatever it was put into.
Well, so, I think maybe they wanted to. They wanted to.
If they were going to, if they wanted to really stop it, they would have actually put it on the bridge itself, and not what was on the bridge. You know, to me, that's as if that's all for show. All for show.
Yeah.
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 You know, as you say, a couple of containers full to the brim of.
They wanted to. They didn't really want to destroy that bridge because
no.
It would really provoke things more, wouldn't it? I mean, basically, Russia is claiming Crimea, isn't it? Like, Crimea is either either independent or it's under the Russian wing. I'm not sure what the status is with Crimea, and then they've got those 4 new regions that are now Russian territory. So they really want people to think it's going to be World War III, man. Zelensky, he's going on. He wants NATO to make preemptive nuclear strikes to stop Russia from making preemptive nuclear strikes. Basically, calling for NATO to make the first move. It's like a typical. You remember in school, right? When there was that really annoying, weaselly little shit that had some really big. He was mates with lads a couple of years older,
yeah,
you know, like two years above, who basically, if he asked them to beat someone up,
yeah,
you know, they'd go and beat someone up, and he's like that. But it's like the bullies have all gone. Yeah, mate, you're on your own with this one.
Yeah, you've got one step too far now.
It's fucking hilarious, mate. Because
NATO is meant to be peacekeepers, you know.
That theatrical signing of the accelerated application, and he's trying to talk like this, so it sounds like I want to sound like a man.
It's because he's not been given.
I know that all the pictures have been going around of me in the skimpy little
awards, don't they? And I think because he's not actually been given an award, he feels like he's got to act a bit more.
Basically, mate. I mean, he's like, "Hey, look, they've had me at the award ceremonies, man. Why haven't I been given an award yet? I should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize."
Exactly. He should. That's what he's thinking.
You know what? Right? The world is so backwards. The world is so backwards. They gave one to Obama. It wouldn't surprise me if they gave one to bloody Zelensky.
I know. Biden. Let's put a bet on. There you go. There's your ticket to Ecuador.
Should we run a table on it? No, it's mate.
Is anyone else going to come on?
Exciting? Don't you think it's exciting that it's got that far? It's actually got because we've been told, those of us in the know, because we've been paying attention for long enough, and we know that one of the things they're going to do is make the threat of a nuclear war.
They've got to at least go that far, because that's been on the cards for many years.
And that could possibly mean wiping out, you know, or certainly affecting a couple of 100,000 people. You know, putting a bomb into a small city or something, or you know, a large town. But enough to just create enough fear for people to just give over the rest of their liberty to a martial law situation, because now we're in World War III, and it's my civic duty to do what I'm told. You know. That's what everybody will be like. This is World War III, man. This is nuclear World War III. Armageddon, man. We just got to do what we're told. You know, we're not trained.
They've given enough films in the last 10 years to program enough people to have a consensus. You know, that something
and computer games, mate. Computer games. They've been programming lads for years with this, like The Last of Us, Days Gone. All these, and then what is it? Walking Dead. It's all these apocalyptic, dystopian. You know,
zombies.
I like it. I gotta be honest, mate. I like it. I'd love it if we had a zombie Armageddon. If it turned into The Walking Dead, right? I know exactly what I'd do.
Choose your weapon.
There'd be no fucking stopping me. I'd be like. Basically, I am the main protagonist of my movie. There ain't nothing going to kill me. So, you know, I'm a survivor. 4 times this realm tried to take me. And
I've had a couple. I've had a couple.
So, that's my ego coming out again there. But, you know, you got to let them out of the box every now and again, especially when, fair play. Fair play, mate. Got to say that 4 times, and they were like, I really did nearly fucking die. I didn't have I didn't have any out of body experience. I didn't have any near death experience. I just was nearly killed.
Yeah. Listen, we can talk about that. I'm just gonna need to make a quick cup of tea and a quick wee, and we can talk about some near death experiences in a sec.
Yes, mate. Okay.
All right.
No worries. You go and do what you need to do. We're going for 45 minutes. On that 45 minutes, I'm going to play us a little video.
Perfect.
You do what you need to do, mate.
See you in a second. All right, dude.
See you in a sec.
Because we have a Guni who was child trafficked, and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
He doesn't follow the mainstream research only. He digs very deep.
Yeah, that's important. It's all comes down to awareness, because
it's like a sort of pearlescent kind of.
That's really what I wanted to try to show you is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing justice.
Science, the mainstream has to adjust.
The awareness we have to.
You gotta go, mate. No worries, bro. We've been going for 4 hours.
Sorry, but it's been a really good pleasure.
Wow. Yeah.
Who was it that was saying their TV got hit the other day, got struck by lightning?
The big speakers, and I messed my ears up. I feel like that could be connected to the science thing a little bit, but regardless, I got I'm over it.
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. Like when I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.
Shit the fuck up. I ain't white and it's lost for that, so I use color safe bleach at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react. We keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages. Matter of fact, we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling. I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my problem, life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks are like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we cast the lipstick. What kind of city from a thought that he can make these open rookie pipes fit? Well, they don't. I'm catching the drip. I'll practice hold my breath and sink with the shit. It goes hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken. and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here. Who wanna open the machine and break against the gears? Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here. Who wanna open the machine and break against the gears? Come on.
Live in hell, sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial autobio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile. Cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I'll pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
Going forward, move, buy me some something you would say growing up. You know, like, man, I'm in a tree house. This is awesome. I can see trees all around me. I got a telescope. This is rad.
We all know what's coming, what's just around the corner. We all know that we don't have long. We all know that we're connected. We all know that we have our soul tribes, possibly connected in every incarnation through the generations. And we are finding each other. And we are realizing that there is a better way. Going back to our roots, embracing ancient knowledge and ancient culture to live life better now. This is what we are doing with the Magic Treehouse. We are moving to Ecuador. We're going to work with the indigenous people, become self-sufficient, and no longer slaves to the system. Building a new community for a new way of life. Magic Treehouse, Center for Healing. Hey up, how's it going? So, Squirrel Sniper is still AFK or AFC, away from camera. But as soon as he switches, it lets me know he's back. It switches his camera back on. I should bring him back on. He's still around in the background. I know he's got something going on. Shout out to everybody chatting away. I've been trying to bring your comments up. You know, trying to keep on top of the comments. Especially, we were talking about it the other day, about having, you know, when you've got loads of subs and the chat room is just going so fast, your comments just get lost. And, you know, you want to say something to the content creator, but there's just the chance of you getting picked out is 1 in 1,000 or whatever. And, you know, it's like we see the names that we recognize, and so I guess it's great when the channel, when Madhya Sachawasi channel, when that actually launches properly and you all become subscribers there, and we get, you know, 50,000 subscribers within 6 months because of the work that we're doing. You know, meteoric rise, just like Paul Cook and Auto Cam and the likes, you know, because of the work that we're doing, the physical work that we're doing, the time and effort and energy and passion that we're investing into what we're presenting to you, trying to set an example as well in what we're doing. You know, hopefully we are hoping that people are going to want to get behind it. And I've put the GiveSendGo up there. That is going to change. Here he is. He's back. That is going to change. There's one app that we've actually done for Madhya Sachawasi, because what happens is this one comes into my bank account, but we're actually opening a bank account basically for the trust the trust fund to finance, or to help finance what we're doing. The Majia Sachawasi one will go into that bank account. Also, just quickly, before we carry on to talk about NDEs, dude, I just want to share this quick, right? I want you lot to let me know what you think. What you think about this. So what we're thinking is that to help raise funds, basically, for what we're doing, be able to give something back more than just content that we're creating. So actually have some merchandise, and because we really like our logo and the name and everything, we think it's just, it's good for hoodies and stuff. So just out of interest today, I opened up a Tippy, Tippy or Teespring, a Teespring account, and I haven't actually published it yet. We haven't gone live with it yet. So I just want to get an idea of what you think. If we were to create some, there's actually two products, because one of the things that we're conscious about is using, eco-friendly stuff. We want it to all be eco-friendly, but unfortunately, there's only like two styles, two things, basically, in the eco collection. So I bothered to do all the other ones. So like in the conscious collection, that's all there is. There's the t-shirt and the organic tote bag, an eco unisex t-shirt. I need to adjust the profit margin on this, because I swear they've adjusted it again. They've adjusted it back, because I went through and adjusted everything. So all we were making was like $5 profit, basically. Right, this one. So just for transparency, basically. We're not trying to make a killing, We're not trying to line our pockets or make a killing. We just want to be able to, finance what we're doing, or at least get a little bit of help,
Yeah, start a pot off, a community pot. It's got to,
and
got to find its way in different directions.
I think they're
always like, I think cups, things that you can use all the time, I think it's always.
Look at that.
Always
I think that's pretty cool, don't you?
Yeah.
The next thing, I think that's pretty cool, man. I want one.
Is that a gecko on there?
No, that's here. I'll put our logo up on the
yeah.
It's nice. Our logo. It's our
with the full moon.
Take my double step there, up on the top right. So we've got the mountains in the back, and then like me, Kevin, and Sarah, we all got together. We had a meeting and we designed this together. And Sarah did it all on her computer using Photoshop, I think.
Yeah,
But
nice.
so I'll tell you what I like as well. I really like is hoodies. Come on.
Yeah, you can't beat a good hoodie.
You can't beat a good hoodie, man.
Yeah.
That's a nice colour there. And then on the back, just the logo again on the back.
Yeah.
So, you know, nothing too fancy. And maybe you know, I'm waiting for Sarah and Kevin's input on it. Might change the font, you know, like might completely change completely. Haven't published it yet, but you know, if there's anybody, and the money that we make, you know, the purchases, the money will go into the Majid Sajawasi bank account.
Yeah,
which I think all three of us, this is going to kind of be the start of the trust, you know. All three of us will be on the account, and it will take signatures from all three of us, kind of thing. You know, we're opening a joint account. I think. I'm not sure what's happening exactly. Don't quote me on it. But you know, we're taking this absolutely seriously. This is what we are going to do. This, like it, we just taken a leap of faith that enough people will, you know, get behind it, and anybody that does help, anybody that does support, you know, you will get something back from that somehow. It's not going to be just the content that we're bringing, you know, that we've got some really big plans, really big ideas, and it's a 100-year plan. And I don't think any of us are going anywhere. There's not going to be a nuclear war. We are the wheat. We have separated ourselves from the chaff.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're going to watch the chaff get blown
We're the
away.
ones who've got the ideas, you know. Everyone else has got to be told what to do. They're waiting.
The ones that they're getting their ideas from. Dude, right? I'm not being funny. This is sort of a little claim to fame. I don't know. You were watching the really well. At first, we were the Wide Awake Show, and then we changed the name to the Really Woke Show.
Yeah.
And then very quickly, like literally about a week or 2 weeks, 2 weeks later, Janine said to us, "No, you can't. We can't be the Really Woke Show, man. They're bringing out this agenda, this woke agenda, and they're demonizing woke." And we were like, "No, mate, no, but we're not woke. We're really woke." And we dug our heels in over it, and we carried on. But look what happened, you know, like the woke agenda just exploded, man. So the word woke, now people laugh at it. It's getting ridiculed now. It's getting ridiculed so much. The only people that believe it are the fucking numbskulls, no brains, totally programmed imbeciles that are following it because they have no brains. They can't think. They have no ability to think for themselves, or they do, and they're psychopaths.
Well,
that want in on it.
You know, they look at it as a script as well, and they go along with it. You know, because they don't want to feel like they're out of place as well. You know, they feel like they need to fit in, even though they don't know what the actual scenario is actually going on. You know, there's a lot of people that just repeat what they heard on the TV, and that's all they do. You know, is hearsay, 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 and it all makes their reality, and it fogs the mind. You know, let's just live with what you can see and observe yourself, you know.
So I'm asking for a lot, man, because I need part of all of this is the first step of the journey for me is to come to the UK.
Yeah.
Yes. Leafy's here. Yes.
How's it going?
Yes, mate.
Right,
very happy.
Hey, Squirrel.
How
are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
can you hear me okay?
Yep. Can hear you just fine.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Awesome. Yeah.
There's no echo. You all right?
Nope.
Everything good?
No, sounds good.
Good. I've got some earphones just in case echo gets bad, because you know what it's like.
Yeah, I got mine on.
I like not wearing them.
Let's talk a bit more about the treehouse, man, because I haven't looked into it as much as obviously you guys have, and we want to know a bit more. Do we want to know a bit more in chat, guys? I do, definitely. I want to know a bit more about plans and things, you know? Like, you know, have you got a local water source and things like that? And you're going to go major off-grid or?
Right, sorry, mate. You're going to have to say all that again because I just...
Oh, sorry.
I can hear much better now. Go on.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, you know, want to know a bit more about it, about the treehouse and what's it called again? How do you pronounce it? Because Magiawaski.
Right. It's spelled Magia, but because it's because it is. Here, I'll just get it up on. Because it's Spanish, then it's Quechuan, but they are Quechuan is like Spanish, so we just guessed that it's pronounced the same way. And G's in Spanish are sort of hair, so it's Magia Sachawassy.
Magia
Sachawassy. So
brilliant.
Here, I'll show you. Here's the website.
Yeah. Have you got the website address? You're adding that onto the hoodies and things?
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. Nice one.
Yeah.
Nice one.
They need to be able to find you.
See, you can tell I don't do a lot of this, you know, marketing stuff.
It'll come.
Yeah. It's you're all delving into it now, aren't you? You know. What about I mentioned just now where you're changing your earphones about a water source? Is there a local water source there, or are you going to go full on free energy and stuff? Yeah,
basically that's the idea, right? So we've looked into the Earth ships.
Yeah.
There's the link in the chat for this website. The Earth ships. So self-sustaining kind of, you know, recycled water, what's it called? A sealed system, oil heating, you know. They do it with vegetable oil with this sealed what's it called when it's a sealed system, you know, when it's a complete and it runs around, you can heat a closed system, but you can use it to cook with, you can, you know, to heat the power, whether you use it to heat the water, use it to heat
bioenergizer as well, isn't it? Is it a bioenergizer?
Yeah, I don't know, but
yeah, I think
we're basically
the food waste and everything.
We're going to compost. Well, we're talking about. So we're going to have, because some people are going to, you know, I don't know. We're talking about what we're going to do about toilets, about plumbing for toilets, because some people don't like the idea of composting. You know, using wood shavings and composting.
It can be done. It just goes hard. It can be done, and it can be burned as well.
Well, I'm imagining that it's well within the possibilities that getting used to the food and the stuff, there might be a little bit of, you know, dodgy belly and stuff going on. So it's not always going to be, it's not always going to be nice. But, you know, it's just, that's the whole thing.
Your body gets used to natural things. It takes a while for your body to adjust. Yeah,
it's a complete change of life. Total change of life.
While I was asking about going back 1,000 years, Rich. Well, you're not. You're going back 400 years. You know?
Well, the Quechua people, their civilization has been there for 1,000 years. There's a family that has been going for 800 years, walking up the mountain to chisel off the ice to make ice cream. For 800 years, they've been doing it.
Amazing.
And they know where the best ice is.
Yeah.
I was going back to a local water source. Is there a river or anything running through nearby or anything like that?
There's a huge lake. and there will be wells. I'm sure there'll be a sweet water well.
There'll be natural springs everywhere, especially in that climate.
10,000 feet.
Because I'm looking into free energy all the time and the way they do things and move water, like just moving water with ram pumps. Have you heard of ram pumps?
No. Is it like a gravity? Is it like a gravity?
Yeah, well, it is gravity, but you can actually move water with ram pumps. They're like valves. The valves.
Gravity. It's gravity. Or whatever
gravity is just a theory.
It could actually be was it density, relative density, couldn't it? It could be electromagnetic.
Wind turbines, everything, man.
Yeah.
There's loads
but
no,
so what I want to do, I want to have some way, like we don't want to it depends how we're building the houses. Like at first we're not building any houses, not at first. At first we've just got to get to the place, like buy the property, get which has got a 4-bedroom hotel on it. That will be my first domicile, one of the rooms in the 4-bedroom hotel. And if a suitable candidate makes herself known before I get out there, then I'm only 45 years old. I do want to have some babies, and Quechuan girls don't really do it for me. I'd rather have an English girl. I've got to be honest. English girls, I love them. I want to stick with my home girl. English home girls. I've had relationships with enough girls that speak a different language. Whose first language is either Spanish or Portuguese or Romanian or German or French, or and in my life, and I've just realized that, especially in the last 7 years being here, my first relationship was with a Canarian girl, the next one was with a Spanish girl, and both spoke fluent English, or certainly really good English, but not enough to be able to express themselves properly. And I wasn't able to express myself properly to them. So loads got lost in translation in really important times, during arguments and stuff, when you really want to be able to express yourself properly, why something's pissed you off, or, anyways.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Shari. It's all right. Not necessarily English. Actually, that doesn't have to be. No, English speaking, first language English. So we understand each other 100%. There is no lost in translation, because English is my first language, and I want to be with a girl whose first language is the same. I don't think that's too much to ask. So Dutch girls, their English is good enough.
Yeah,
and some Swedish girls, and some, I think, actually some Eastern European girls as well. Their English is good enough to be able to express themselves really well.
My first ever love, I think. She was German. I met her in Mallorca, believe it or not, on my first night there, and we spent every night together. She didn't know a word of English. I didn't know a word of German at the time. I think I was only about 10, 11. But we spent 2 weeks together.
Just a quick shout out to DN. Sorry, mate. Just a very quick shout out to DN. It's good to see you back, brother.
Yeah,
thank you very much for being here. And
his son as well,
Darren. But you know what, right? I wasn't sure if it was Darren or Daryl, but Darren, right? Yeah, much love to him, mate. We're all sending him, obviously, healing, positive vibes and all that. Just tell him it's just a bad cough. His body has gone. It's been a bit too much EMF there, Darren. Maybe you should take a little break from the digital. Take a little digital break. Stick your bare feet into the grass, or go and paddle in the ocean, or in a lake, or in a river, or something. Ground yourself, and imagine the earth is just taking it all back, taking it all away from you. All the bad crap that's in your chest, making you cough, it's being taken away. That's what I like to do. Well, I don't go that far. I do it sat in my bedroom, just imagining it. But it's better to do it if you can. You're right there, Leafy.
Oh yeah, sorry, just potching in the bloody headphones. They just went off, so I just messed with the settings, and they're back. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
man.
DJ Leafy.
Yeah, man, got the rockers on.
I actually opted for these copy iPhone copies. They've got the same. They're so comfy, man, but they only cost €8, so they're pretty shit. The microphone on them's not very good. But thankfully, I've got this little puppy now, which it's been doing the job well, isn't it? This little mic, it's only €40 or something, 35, 40 euros.
As long as it works.
Sounds good.
Well, it picks up the dynamics of my voice when I wish it to. Do you know what, right? I should just start straight away, really. I've got a question to ask both of you.
Go.
I'd like you to, to be able to answer me honestly.
Right.
I'm seriously. No, listen, please. Don't mock me. No, don't mock me. Please don't mock me. So I've been thinking about it quite a lot. I've been thinking about it quite a lot, and obviously, Alex is extremely posh. She comes from, basically she's connected to, very, very posh people. But it obviously reminds me, and I'm often thinking about the fact that, my parents did send me to an extremely posh private school where this is how they act. I was actually, I naturally was speaking like this when I was 6 years old, except, well, obviously trying to emulate this when I was 6 years old and not actually a fully grown man. But now I am a fully grown man, and it's quite possible for me to actually speak like this all the time. And I wonder if it would actually gather me more respect from people. If I was to go and be obviously speaking to my peers, if I was to actually speak properly, if I would gain more respect from people, and perhaps the problem.
Yeah, but you're not being yourself, though, are you? You're putting on.
No, but no. Listen, this is one of the things that I was considering, Mr. Squirrel Sniper, sir. This is a very authentic aspect of my ego. Because I was in school, private schooling for 4 years, preparatory school.
Try it, haven't you?
And this is, if I'd continued on the path that my parents wished me to continue on, I still have the same brain and the same consciousness. And if I had managed to
conditioning yourself
all the way through, I would have been. Do you know what I'm saying?
I fully understand. Because I'm exactly the same.
I don't feel. Listen,
I slip into my Essex. When I'm relaxed and I'm stoned and I'm spliffed, you can hear the Essex in me 100% right now. Yeah. But then as soon as that phone rings and, it's a customer, all of a sudden they get the first impression, which is what I want to give them, my best impression. And that is the impression that I was given, learning at school, Latin and the natural sciences that I remember, all the stuff that I enjoyed. I went to private school as much as you, up until my 11 plus, believe it or not, and then we moved from one side of Essex to another side of Essex, and my parents thought it would be wise to put me into a comprehensive school. So of course I was the first.
This is where we're the same. Pretty much, but we're very, very similar sort of start. I was in private school till I was 10, and then I went to primary for a year, the final year of primary, and then started secondary school as the eldest in my year.
Right.
And but it was a comprehensive.
Yeah. What's wrong with comprehensive
nothing except
comprehensive. You don't take a
it's
briefcase for one, do you?
No, you don't take a brief. Oh, mate.
So on the second week, you take a briefcase with a bag inside, and then you dump the briefcase at the bus stop, and everything's in the bag. So then you've had to have a split personality to go to school.
Well, I dropped the briefcase very quickly, man, because I was getting bullied.
Took me a week.
Away.
Yeah, it took me a week.
Yeah.
But they bullied the wrong person for
the second day. Mate, exactly. The lad, I smacked the crap out of him. He ended up being one of the toughest lads in school, in secondary school, one of the toughest lads. He was a kickboxer, a boxer, and he was hard as fuck. And he was stacked as well, way bigger than me. But
Barry,
always had respect.
Mr. Cutler, who was the biggest bully there, I met him on my second day at the reception, and I said hello, and he was in a bad mood, and he swang for me, and I just moved my head out the way, and he smashed the reception window, and it all kicked off, and I thought, oh, here we are, all in trouble, and we both got sent to the headmaster's office on my second day. He thought, I was all involved with it, and while we were waiting outside, he went, "Man, you were quick." He gave me respect. He gave me respect because he was like, "I got myself in trouble there, mate. I'm gonna have to get myself out," And he owned up. He said, "Oh, I was just in a bad mood and I just hit the glass," and he got away with it as well because he just owned up. I said the best thing to do is own up.
I was bullied in primary and in secondary, and in secondary, I there was one bully that I faced up to, that I couldn't face up to. So there was one guy that did scare the crap out of me because I knew he could have me.
He was a psychopath. Yeah. Even though you could be a psychopath at the time when you need to be, when you think someone is a psychopath, you leave them alone.
I wasn't really like that in school. I was just fucking indignant about, I felt very, I just didn't like sit because in Crossfields in private school, I was bullied a lot and I never stood up for myself.
Yeah.
Because I felt
exactly the same. I only stood up in the last year of my private school, which gave me the huge encouragement to step down into comprehensive, as it were. I was speaking Latin and fluent French by the time I was 11. Now I was learning cat and dog, 1 to 10 in the garden. I was the only person putting my hand up.
Like that.
So I was having a conversation with the French teacher in fluent French.
Wow. I don't think I was that.
She couldn't understood. No one else in the class was just gobsmacked.
I don't think I was that advanced with French, right? I didn't pay attention for 3 years. I just paid no attention. And in the fourth year, because I chose French over German. In third year, I took German. Well, it was third year back then. Now it's year 9, I think. And then year 10, I did French, and I realised, well, maybe it was actually in the fifth year. Maybe it was in the year of our exams, and I actually listened to what was being said, and was like, "Oh shit! I haven't been paying attention. I actually don't know what they're talking about now. Ooh, shit!" And I got a D in my final exam. I got a D instead of an A.
Being dyslexic, I can work my way through it as long as I don't have to write it down. If I've got to write it down and they're going to mark it, then you might as well just, But it's all about experience. It's about getting the job done.
But the thing is, dude, right? We were good with words and languages and stuff, but I wasn't encouraged enough. As far as I'm concerned, I was not encouraged enough to become more practical, like Lee, like with being able to work on those landies, doing the job that you're doing and everything. You're a hands-on.
For my parents, that's been my upbringing,
My dad was an engineer, mate. My dad was an engineer who liked to tinker around with wood, electric, water. He was a jack of all trades, master of none. Hey, we got Alex.
Yeah.
Alex.
Bonjour,
Alex.
Ça va?
Bonjour, Alex.
Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, madame.
Bonsoir.
Enchanté.
Ça va?
Oui, ça va bien, merci. Oui. Do you know what? I went through France, like 2 days. It took us 2 days to go through France. And I got all the way through France without speaking any English.
Yeah.
So,
well,
like, just from my school
French teacher, she refused to speak English. That's the only way to speak French.
I went to Cherbourg with a school trip, and I wanted it to be terribly fabulous, and it was terribly horrific. That was when I was in private school, and then I had another trip to Paris, and it wasn't very gay for me, because I was offered a music contract for singing, and then I sort of realized when I got there that no, I don't think
that
so.
Wasn't what you want to do, yeah.
Okay, and didn't bother again. You were talking about bullying. That's what intrigued me, so I thought I'd jump in.
Yeah, my issue was very good with that, and you got to stand up to them. I had that when I was in Compton's, in the high school we called it, and yeah, I had a few confrontations, but I didn't get bullied again after that, and it actually went the other way then because everybody just wanted to fight, didn't they? You know, and so growing up in the 1920 and out down the local pubs and stuff, and I used to get into a lot of crap, like, but I could hold my own, and that's what the problem was. I could hold my own. But anyway, that's another story.
I brought up was using judo as my first kind of martial art that I started off with. But then you realise it's all grappling, so by that point the bully's already, already on top of you, and you've got to get yourself out of that position.
Bigger and heavier.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have awareness for judo to have any effect. Put it that way. So you're already in the fight with judo. So you need a martial art that will help you not even to get into that position. And so I went down the route of a martial art called Dimak, and it's using the body's natural chi. When you hit a funny bone, or you knock your hand and there's this kind of numbing pain.
Yeah.
Well,
burning.
you can induce pain. Yeah, you can induce pain. There's a couple of pressure points on someone's body. You see all these videos of people knocking people out instantly. I've seen someone do that, and I'm a bit skeptical, but having someone hit me in some of these places, I have felt an energy reduction in that point, and my breathing has slowed down as well. So it has had an effect. Now, maybe I knew it was coming, therefore I protected myself in such a way that, but when I've had to use it on someone else, it's done exactly what it's meant to have done and what I've been taught to do. And that in itself shows that, the body is an electrical circuit, and you can turn off different parts of the body quite instantly.
Interrupt the signals.
You can make someone lose their bladder instantly. Now, if you're a big guy, the last thing you want to do is to hang around after you've just pissed and shit yourself, because you've just lost all of your lower muscles.
When I was in a private girls' boarding school, one that was frequented by royalty and that sort of I went up and under the bunk bed, and I stayed there until lights out, and no one knew where I was because they thought, where is she? But I was hiding under the bunk bed. I just stayed where I was kicked until the girl who had kicked me under the bunk bed, who had the bunk bed above mine, had to get into her bed. And when you climb into a bunk bed, you have 1 foot dangling and 1 foot on the lower bunk. And as her foot angled, I grabbed her ankle and bit it really hard. And
back of the head.
And everyone thought that probably I wasn't the best person to have a fight after that.
Yeah.
When I was at the private girls' boarding school. And then when I went to comprehensive, I realised that I was kind of being taken goodies. And it was like, this is not my crew. So I had to stop smoking in order to get with a more cooler crowd, I thought.
Yeah.
And the playground there was like, it was shaped like an upside down L. So what would happen was that if the teachers who were patrolling for the smokers would come into the thing, the people who were behind the gym would signal to the people who were in like that bit of the
you can circle round.
Anyway, so little which was probably like a discus throwing thing. I don't know why there was like a round concretey type bit, and it was sort of like right not in the L, but it was sort of there. And I was just chatting with a lot of people, Rothmans, and suddenly everyone started like backing away, and I was thinking, I wonder what's going on, you know, because I was new to the school, so I didn't really know anything about it. And there was this girl who had a name, and maybe I should say her name because her name is such a brilliant name. Especially who she was. Her name was Julia Bruisers. Enormous, and she had a reputation. She was like the hardest girl in the school. She was like in the last.
Well, with a name like that, you can't make it up, can you?
Exactly. Well, every story I've got in my life, it's like you couldn't make it up. I'm in shock all the time about the ridiculousness of it. But anyway, forget about that. Okay. So Julia Bruce like lumbering towards us, and back off. You know, she's going after Alex, like what's happened? And she said to me, "Are you Alex?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Did you write graffiti about my mate having an abortion on the downstairs toilets?" And I was like, no, because, you know, graffiti's really never been my style, artist that I am. And she said, "If I find out it's you, I'm going to rip your head off and shit down your neck." And I said, "Well, that's not very feminine, is it?" And everyone started laughing, and that kind of evaporated it. And she realized that I wasn't a good person to play with like that and left me alone. So I think, you know, a sneak attack is always a good thing. And humor. Because if they come, they're all like, and everything, and you can make everyone else laugh, it just makes them feel a bit ridiculous and they just slither off.
Yeah.
But then I'm a girl, so what do I know about these things?
Laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah, exactly.
In more than one way than
I've
another.
muted myself. Nobody can hear me. So Alex, could you do me a favour? Could you do me a favour, sweetie? Can you get your earphones, please? Because you're getting cut out again. Every time there's a little noise from another microphone, it cuts you out. So I had to mute Squirrel and Lee and myself so we could hear you properly. It's just better when you've got earphones in, or you know, a dedicated microphone, basically. So I like I don't know, just what always played in my head, in my mind, was this really powerful thought saying, bullies are pussies, stand up to them, and they back down.
Yeah,
and it's like many times it went to the point where I actually was swinging punches, and when I did that, in all honesty, I was terrified. I was like, I'm not going to let them fucking hit me. And I was lucky because I've been, you know, big and lanky my entire life. And like when I was 14, I was still 6'1" with size 11 feet. So I just, you know, I had a longer reach, basically. And so long as I started punching first, they couldn't get one in, you know, and I just smacked the crap out of somebody until they realized, oh, well, I'm not going to win. You know, my face is getting really bashed up, man. I better stop. But then that happened to me. You know,
that's the thing, unfortunately. When you've been put yourself in that position, and you know that you're going to get hit.
Yeah.
The best form of defense is an all-out attack.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the art of war.
And that's the kind of psycho. So you switch. You go. It's into self-preservation.
I call it redness. Redness.
Yeah. Except it's not entirely red for me because I know what I'm doing and I can see what I'm doing. Yeah. And I've made that choice now. I've gone right. Here we are.
No, the rest is anger that you didn't want to be doing this, but you put every intent that you're going to get out of it alive into it.
That comes after immediately after, when I remember this lad was goading me, and then one day, and we were it was like I couldn't work out if we were friends or not. I thought we were sort of mates, but no, he really, really wanted to fight with me. And one day I just had enough of it. I'd had enough. So when he came walking down to the tennis courts, I took my blazer off, I took my watch off, gave it all to my mates. So just hold that for me. And I went back to him, and I heard him walking up behind me, and he said, I don't know what he said. He said something, and I just swung round and hit him as hard as I could, and I really thought I was going to put him down on the ground. But he was the same sort of height as me, the same sort of build, so it didn't have the effect that I wanted it to have on him. But because I got in there first, I got in there first, and then I just didn't stop, and I just laid into him, and we were eventually pulled apart. And I saw his face. I saw the state of his face and the state of my hands, and his mum was on the phone to my mum that night saying they were going to sue because he was going to have plastic surgery because his face was so smashed in. Like his lips were just completely annihilated. His nose was broken. His eyes, split on his eyes and everything. His eyes were all hemorrhaged. I'd really gone down.
It's about conditioning yourself as well. And if you're a bully, no one's touched you.
When my son.
Well, listen, to be fair, mate, this guy, I would not fucking mess with him at all now. This guy, he's dangerous. He's a dangerous lad. And the thing is, after I did that, like the next night, I went down to the local shop, and when I came out, I'm unlocking my bike, and his two older brothers walk up, and they basically start sort of roughing me up a bit and really intimidating me, and I damn near pissed myself, man, and fucked up back home. And then the next morning, I was so pissed off with him. So he comes walking up, and I basically confronted him. I was like, "You fucking pussy! You have to get your brothers. You fucking pussy!" And he did exactly what I did to him 2 days before. He did that to me. He fucking hit me, and it knocked me like not flying, and then he was just in there, bang. And that there was a point where I just went, do you know what? I'm just going to let him finish. And I actually dropped my hands and I let him carry on, and then he stopped. And I went into the class. I think we had maths. I walked into the class, and my head was just piercing with blood. The teacher just like, oh my God. Oh, mate, those days. Back when boys were boys. Not having their wins.
The memory there, when I was younger, I used to go down with my mates on the bike and meet up with them. And there was this gang that were notoriously known around the area from the council estate. Come up on their bikes and stuff, they're roughnecks. And as I went past them, they all spat on me. I went back to my dad and told him what happened, because they went round the country lane the one direction. My dad said, "Do you think you can have them? Do you think you can have them?" I said, I don't know. So he took me round in the car, all the way back around the opposite way they were going, pulled out into the country lane where we got to them, stopped them all. I got out, and I just battered fuck out of the main one. Absolutely battered fuck while my dad stood there so they wouldn't touch me. Never had any shit off.
So you know it was fair. He'd let it be a fair fight. It's like, you want to step in a ring with him? Go on, son. You go and do it. And if he gives you a hiding, you take a hiding. You know, he wouldn't have let him go to town on you. He would have dragged him off as soon as he realised that you were losing the fight. But
he had to drag me off him.
yeah, there you go. Right. So I remember I came out of the cinema one night, right? And this lad, who really was a fucking pussy, he came at me from behind. When I came out of the cinema, he comes at me from behind, knocked me onto the ground, and I rolled onto my back, and he just started fucking slapping me around the face. And, you know, basically he was the year above me, and he was one of the heavy metal rock lads, you know, and he was going out with my ex-girlfriend, and I was pissed off of it because I was still holding a candle for her, man. So I'd been mouthing off about him, basically bad mouthing him, saying he was a puff, and he ironed his hair, and he was fucking nonce, and whatever, you know, whatever we say. I don't think I'd use the word nonce. Whatever we say when we're 14 years old, you know, and yeah, and he jumped me from behind. And it kind of shook me because he was there with his mates as well. They were all there together. And I just felt like, well, if I fought back, they were all going to dive in on it. And he got off me, and my mate's dad was picking us up. And I got in the back of the car, and he'd been sat there watching it happen. And he did nothing. He didn't get out of the car. He didn't try and stop it. He just sat there and watched it happen. And I was really kind of, I was in shock when I got in the back of the car. I was a little bit in shock, and I started fucking crying, man. I was like, "Oh, you did nothing." Huh?
What did he say to you though? When you got in the car?
Are you all right there? Is everything okay? Oh, mate, he just, you know, he wasn't that sort of a man. It wasn't that sort of a man, basically. He was the sort of man that was, because they were big lads. They were big lads there. One of them was Alan Thompson, I think, and he was like a bull. He was hairy like a gorilla. Like in the fourth year, he looked like a grown man, huge. And he was there, stood there in the back. He was mates with him, so you know. It's like, I don't think Alan wouldn't have done anything. Alan Thompson was he was a nice bloke. But I swear to God, he wasn't really 15. He was fucking 22 or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Alex? Sorry, go on.
Sorry, when my son was 8 years old, I took him to the park, and he wasn't in a very good mood. And he went over to, there's in the particular park, there's like a children's area, and then there was like like an asphalt area. They've changed it now, and it's very, you know, well, I haven't seen it actually for 4 years because I've been housebound. But anyway, it used to be, had like little lanes and everything. But before that, it was just like asphalt. It had been like a baseball court or something. Anyway, and I saw this other kid. Tiger was like kicking around, and you know, the asphalt. And this other kid went over, and I couldn't hear anything, but I saw what happened. And the Tiger told me what happened, and because of what I saw, I know it's true. So I'll tell you what was told to me. The other kid went over and said, "Are you Tiger?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Oh, you're this other kid's mate, and you're not friends anymore." And he told me to come and give you like a punch. And Tiger, I saw him go on then. And this kid, go on then. And the kid swung for him, and Tiger went like Neo in the Matrix. I don't know how he did it, but he kind of swung back and avoided it. But on his way around, on the swing back, he grabbed the kid by the scruff of his neck, kicked him 3 times up the arse, and said, "Don't fuck with me, you fucking idiot. I'll fuck you right up. Now fuck off." There was a gasp, and the whole, like all the mothers and the whole playground, it like literally turned the air blue, and everyone went, "Oh," like that. And I thought, oh my God. So I like rushed over and said to the other kid,
"That's my boy.
Go back to your mother now. Tiger, we're leaving. Move." And we started walking out of the park, and we were walking down the road to the park, and Tiger's like still in a really bad mood, and he was like, "What's my punishment?" And I said, "Ice cream."
Ice cream.
Yeah. Because even though I didn't really like the
done,
language, I was just so relieved that no one's going to mess with him. He's just not the one.
He's not going to take any shit.
No,
Yeah. I mean, I've seen so many
I-
young men recently, you know, I heard of young men recently who've been mugged, you know, and they're in a devastated state, and the mothers are like, "Oh, my poor boy," and everyone's like, "Oh, I feel so sorry."
Sorry, boys.
You know, exactly. And my son got mugged 3 times in 6 months.
Oh my God.
And every time he got mugged, it was like a triumph for him. You know, the first time he was on his bike and they tried to get his bike, and that didn't work out for them at all because my son does martial arts. So they swung a bottle at him and he caught the boy's arm that swung the bottle and made him drop it. And so that wasn't a successful mugging. The second time he got mugged was he was with friends and they ran off and hid and let him face it on his own. And because he's got such a good brain, they wanted his phone and he was like, "Take it." And one of the other kids who was on the mugging team had said, "Oh, allow it, let him have his phone." And the chief mugger said, "No, we're taking it." And so I was like, "Have it."
Allow it.
And then,
Allow it, man.
Yeah. And then the third time he got mugged, the guy walked up to him and said, "Give me your phone." But Tiger's phone was broken, and Tiger was like, "Oh, really? Do you want it? Oh, please take it, because as soon as you take it, my mom will just get me a new one." And the guy was like, "Oh no, I don't want it. It's not." And he's like, "No, take it, have it."
Yeah,
I was like, "No, I don't want it. I don't want it." Yeah, you'll be exactly. And so, you know, he's been mugged 3 times in 6 months.
How old is he? How old is he?
He's 19 now.
Oh, fair play.
That was like 2 years ago.
See, I've got a lot of respect for men, and men are
Mama
people-
ain't
are
raising no
guys who won't
fool.
take shit. Men are men who won't take any fucking shit from people. They've got good morals, they've got good principles, they're good men, but they're not going to take any shit off anyone.
Our family motto is
if
do
they
no
see-
harm, take no shit.
Well, I mean, do no harm, yeah, unless I think there's got to be
No,
exceptions.
do no
to that.
harm, take no shit.
Yeah,
You know, you don't go out of your way to cause anyone harm, but if they come to harm you, God help them, because God is the only person who will be able to.
Defend yourself.
Yeah, don't ever bend over. Don't ever bend over, and that
Well, this
means
is
the
why.
freaking government as well, man. This is the whole point. It means
Well,
the
this is
government
why-
as well, bending over for them. Stop bending over for the corporations. Stop. Sorry,
Right,
go on,
right.
Alex. Sorry.
No, this is why I ran a boutique boarding house, because when my son was 6 years old, I realized that I was not going to be able to do this on my own. It would not be possible, that it would be a nightmare. And so I had to have a team of more adult mentors who wouldn't be too much older, but wouldn't be too much younger. So that's why I started the boutique boarding house, so that my son would have a team around him all the time of young men, young women who'd be able to be, you know, good mentors for him. So like one of them, he got very fed up with Tiger because Tiger didn't flush the toilet. This is when he was very young. And he was saying to me, "Oh, you know, Tiger doesn't flush the toilet, this, that, and everything else."
If it's yellow, let it mellow.
Yeah, if it's brown, flush it down. But and I said to him, "What would you?" And he was like, "It makes me want to take his head and flush it down the toilet." I said, "Go on then." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do it."
Teach me a lesson.
Well, no, he didn't do it. He threatened it.
No.
But it was the last time
Yeah.
Tiger ever did flush the toilet.
But
Yeah,
he had permission from you to basically
Yeah.
to at least threaten the discipline.
No, do
And
it.
that
If
was
you have
enough.
to do it, do it. You know,
Yeah.
you're here to
But
set an
it-
example. And I'd rather, if my
Tiger-
son's going to behave like a wasp, that he gets swatted in his own home, so that he'll be, if he's going to be a devil, he'll be a house devil, but he'll be a street
Yeah.
angel. And my son is a house devil and a street angel. You know, he's fabulous, and his devilment in the house is very.
So
Listen.
he's clearly been brought up with the same principles and morals as me. You know?
Yeah, but I just couldn't do it on my own. You see, I mean, your parents, you know, there was 2 of them.
I had, yeah, no, exactly.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Listen, Alex, that's what I'm saying though. I was brought up in a conventional 2-kid, 2-parent family, and they're still together. They're like, we even went through a period where my mum left, and then we had a family meeting as to whether we were going to let her come back again. And we decided, for my dad's sake, that mum could come back. And I've told this story before. It's because she'd had to have a hysterectomy, and it was all very complicated. It ended up being like a double hysterectomy. She had like
How do
2
you have a double hysterectomy?
Well, the first time, all they did was they tied her tubes, but then what they didn't realize was that I think they tied a tube up with an egg in it or something, and it went bad, and she had to have it all taken out. So the first time it was open surgery, and she recovered really quickly. The second time was keyhole surgery, and it took her months to recover from it. And then she went and she needed HRT basically, and nobody had said to her, you're going to need hormone replacement therapy because we've removed everything. Womb, uterus, ovaries, the lot. Like, she was basically, one of her ovaries went bad, I think. I don't know. Anyway, so she kind of had 2 hysterectomies. That's how she kind of had 2 hysterectomies. But once she'd taken the HRT, which was this cream that she used to have to rub on her belly, she was back to normal. She was back to the woman that she was before, you know? She was exactly like, she was no different to how she was before. And of course, you know, I was like 14 years old, so I didn't really understand what was going on. Just mum went crazy. Mum went absolutely loop-de-loo, literally loop-de-loo, man. But you know, my dad, he was devastated. Like, he became a shadow of his former self. He was drunk every night. He wasn't a bad drunk. He was a sad drunk. You know, it was just embarrassing, and just really, you know, his wine was his tipple, wine and port, bit of brandy. But yeah, I think he's stopped drinking now. He's in his 70s, though. 72 this year. He will be.
Isn't it funny how the parenting's changed, though? Totally changed.
Yeah, but it's been forced to change.
Yeah.
I remember it when they said you can't discipline your kids anymore.
No, not allowed.
Yeah, but even in Plato's day, you know, if you read about what Plato had to say about the young people, it could have been said by somebody yesterday. I don't think it's changed that much.
The thing is, it's like you shouldn't just resort to violence every time and beat your kids every time they do something wrong. It doesn't actually hurt to give, you know, toddlers a spank when they just keep persistently doing something they shouldn't do. Give them a little spank on the butt, you know.
There is no discipline anymore, is there? There's no respect anymore. That's the problem. The respect is gone.
That's all the way around. Did you see the video Did you see the video? Actually, this is a really, really good time to do. Right, hang on a second.
Yeah.
How can I do this? I made a little video.
Roach in first, Alex.
What?
Roach in first.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Roach in while you roll it, babe.
I don't know how to. It doesn't work.
It's because you've not
Everyone
tried
says
enough.
it, and it's just like, you know, I can't.
It's just muscle memory.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I just do it the way I do it, and sometimes they're too fat and sometimes they're too thin, but it's okay. We'll handle it.
Just, you can do them perfectly every time then.
I can't.
Well, that's because you're not doing the roach in.
I know, but you know, how
There's
many
your answer.
bits
There's
of
your
ribs
answer.
have I gotta
Your
go
answer is
through?
right in front of you. Roach in
Where?
first. Roach in first.
I know, but I've tried and I can't do it. It doesn't work. I can do it this way. And this will do.
Do you know, as soon as I saw somebody doing it, I was like, yeah, I want to learn how to do that. And now it's just second nature. I had a friend though who could back roll one-handed,
I do them inverted.
outside in the wind.
Yeah.
He
I used to do them on ski lifts.
He was like a Mr. Miyagi bloody strip roller. It's crazy. Like he could, and it was L joints as well. It was L joints that was like with not king size. He wouldn't buy king size because it was too obvious. You know, oh no, you're buying. So it was always 10 B and H and a packet of Rizla, mate, please. 10 B and H and a packet of Rizla. Do you remember that when you could buy cigarettes in tens?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember when you could buy them singularly? You could buy one.
I used to buy them singly at the garage with a match. Yeah.
I remember buying cigarettes and then going to the shops and them saying to me, "No, we can't sell them to you because your mother's been in and said that you're not allowed." So, and I was like, "What?" And they were like, "We can't. You know, your mother said don't sell them to you." So, and I was like, "Oh my god, where am I going to go for my snout?"
So this was Project Veritas. Fair play to them; they're brilliant. But I just grabbed this little snippet.
It's just the world we live in right now, and part of it is the adults have lost their minds. Because you know what? You want to know why our kids are crazy? It's because they're all crazy. Because you know what? You want to know why our kids are crazy? It's because they're all crazy.
Here you go. She said it. You want to know why our kids are crazy? It's because we're all crazy. Because they are. It's like adults have lost their minds. Adults in charge, in positions of authority, have completely lost their minds. And adults, you know, parents and people completely lost their bloody minds. Where have you two boys gone?
I think they've always had their, you know.
Yeah.
It's not a new thing. It's not a new thing, you know. With adults behaving, we're like adults.
No,
you know?
listen, Alex. You remember when you were, 14 years old?
Yeah. Do you think they were any smarter? Really?
Really? No, they weren't any. No. It's not what I'm saying. The indoctrination was different. The indoctrination was basically getting ready for this, but it was the early stages of this. You know, the sexualization of children started when I was a child. I remember, I used to have the hots for. Do you remember Dungeons and Dragons, the cartoon?
Yeah.
The sister that put the cloak up and turned invisible. I had a crush on the cartoon. The cartoon. How many fucking cartoons did I have a crush on when I was a kid? And then that crush turned. It was like it was an attraction. It wasn't sexual. I didn't sit there beating off to Dungeons and Dragons. It was just an attraction. It was like, if I was a Dungeon and Dragon, I'd want to be her boyfriend.
But that's the whole thing in Silence of the Lambs, isn't it? That's what he says to Clarice Starling. Hannibal Lecter says to her, "What do you envy? What do you want? That which you see every day." And why would that be any different for anyone else? Just because people don't go into full psychopathy and try and rip the skin off the person doesn't mean to say that that is not a natural human thing.
Well, that's the fight or flight, isn't it? That is the fight or flight.
It's just to see what you like and what you don't like, what resonates with you and what doesn't. Some kids like superheroes, some kids like fairy princesses, some kids like trains, some kids like all kind of cooking. There's so many different things, but because we don't have enough words for anything, we've got like how many words for snow in countries that have a lot of snow, but in
or words for love,
we've got thank you.
Like the amount of words we have for love.
Yeah, like agape, affect, pragma, you know, all the different kinds of love, but we've got one word and it's just meant to encompass everything. So, and it's the same with, you know, desire. It's like, did you really fancy them, you know, in a sexual way? Obviously not. But you were just fascinated by them, and there's nothing wrong with fascination. People are fascinated by all kinds of different things.
Once I started, like by the end of the first year, or year 11 as it is now, of secondary school, I was thinking about losing my virginity. You know, I wanted to lose my virginity. Where I was finding porn stuffed in the bushes, in the path, you know, down there in the woods and stuff, finding the Playboys and the Mayfairs and that, and sneaking them home in my bag. And, you know, I'm thinking about, and didn't end up losing my virginity till I was like 17 and a half. But that wasn't for want of, you know, I just never tried it. I didn't have the balls to ever try it on with a girl. And I was keeping myself single for this silly girl as well, you know. But anyways, right.
Yeah, but I think there's too much for push, you know, on this whole, you know, the rubbish that men have been told, you know, like this sort of soft soaping of, you know, if you haven't made it by the time you're 25, you know, and it's just like, what?
Oh, I don't.
What are you talking about? Why would you tell this to young men? They're going to get to the age of 23 and they're going to go into complete tailspin panic. You know, it's much better to say, if you haven't sorted yourself out, it's not about the money. It's about your happiness, your usefulness, your ability to serve yourself, you'll serve your community, serve your family. And if you haven't got that sorted out by the time you're 45, then you're going to have a problem. But by 25, that's ridiculous. But yeah, this still is a pervading thing that men are told this, and it's like, what are you talking about?
But I'll tell you what, right?
Such a lie.
My last long-term relationship actually gave me the opportunity to prove that I was the man that was able to take care of somebody else. And so for a year, my girlfriend was living with me, and she didn't work for a year, so I paid for everything. It was for more than a year, you know, and it just proved to me, I proved to myself that I was capable of stepping up, you know, and doing what needed to be done and bringing the bread to the table, basically being the one that brought the bread to the table and the social thing. You know, we both enjoyed things that we shouldn't enjoy, and that cost a lot of money, especially when you're doing it a lot. So I was paying for all of that. I just happened to be earning good money. You know, back like 5 years ago, I was earning $1,000 a week.
Yeah,
just under. For 2 hours. Well, actually, no, I was doing 4 hours a day, 6 days a week.
But when you've got it, you use it, don't you? You know?
Well, I do. I'm one of these people, it burns a hole in my pocket, but I'm not so, you know, it sort of proves to me that I don't care really about money, man. And I just want, if I've got the money and somebody else hasn't, I'll pay. It's not a problem. It's just been the last fucking year, 8 or longer, a little bit longer now, and like 13 months, 14 months, not able to work because of political shit. Because of, you know, because of corruption and political shit. Like, who are we? He knows. I think he's facing the same problems. He's been here for a lot longer than me. He's facing the same problems. He can't become kind of legitimate here. They're not allowing it. When they said during COVID, they said anybody was basically, if you were here before December 2020, it's a green card. Straight away, you're automatically allowed in. But instead, what they did was they gave the residencies to all of the illegal Africans that are coming on boats, thousands upon thousands of them, paid them all $6,000 cash each and put them up in 5-star hotels for free. Gave them their residencias, so they're legal. They're all legal.
But that's happened all over the world by design.
It's happening in the UK. It's happening in the UK for sure. Yeah, it's happening in America. It's happening. I don't think it's. I don't know if it's happening in Canada and Australia. Australia's always been shit hot on their immigration, man.
I mean, they were saying, you know, the Mexican border is, you know, full of people that's not from Mexico. Made me laugh. You know, it's like people are finding their way into Mexico, all right, and now struggling to get into America.
I was going to go to. Oregon first, right, and then said, "Oh no, it's still going to have to get still got a mandate for the jab." So it was considered. Why don't I go to Mexico and just walk across the border?
Yeah,
you know, and do it like that. But it's still, I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me doing that. There's too many variables. There's way too many variables in that situation. I'm not going to rely on the Democrats.
Too many rattlesnakes at night.
So if I, you know, I think I'm just going to go straight to Ecuador from Wales.
From
Wales. The way, boy. Definitely. You're more than welcome here. You know that.
Well, mate. So what?
So are you planning? Are you bringing the dogs? Are they coming?
Both of them, yeah. Yeah, both the dogs. So,
walk around here, man.
And mate, right? I've got these big plans. Like when you're not working, for us to make some content, you know, to go out and explore mines and get in touch with Lost Mines, the Welsh guy who's got an English. He doesn't sound Welsh. Well, he's got a very mild Welsh accent and he's very posh. He's a posh lad, but he knows his shit about the Welsh mines, man. He's an absolute expert on the Welsh mines. Can't remember what his name is. Let me find him. Hang on. Let me find him. And also, we were going for 2 hours and 12 minutes, right? I promise, Hippie Shake, we will go and look at this. We will go and look at this, right? This nurse dies and speaks to God. We'll go and look at it. Just before that, though, let me just get it up. Lost Mines.
I wonder if it's Ross.
He's got 26. He's got 26,000 subs, right? He's grown because I think he had about 10,000 when I started watching him. Where's he gone?
It's not the guy who looks into Wilson and Blackett, is it?
No, it's not Ross.
Not Ross, is it? No. I'll have to get in touch with Ross, though. He knows some stuff.
Definitely.
Right. This guy.
Jumping and flying.
Blah, 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 blah.
Gotta love them adverts.
Like, subscribe and share. Let's go explore mine. Let's go.
All right, it's the guy. So one of the guys is clearly Welsh.
So we'd like to say, me and Lois have a little YouTube channel going on. We'd like some support. It's called Mudlark to Art. Put a link in the description.
Oh God, send me the link.
Lois goes collecting sea glass, turns that into jewellery and whatnot, and we do pretty little things out of them, which is your website.
It's my website.
Yeah. So link in.
I love these guys, man. They're brilliant.
Mudlark to Art. Let's go underground. Hey, folks. Hey, it is.
Yo. All right.
We're back out.
Right. This is the guy that I'm talking about, though.
Amazing place.
This lad.
Absolutely. Well, not the old trailer, but
he sounds a little bit like
this field.
Douglas Murray.
It's a very old mine, and it was driven in the 1740s.
They think he sounds a little bit like Douglas Murray.
A take note on the local farm. So it was a group of local miners who did this. And we're going to try and find the level. It used to be down by this little stream here. There's a bit of a brook.
Is passionate.
And the level went in from the side of the brook according to the old plans. So we're going to try and find it, because originally it was about maybe a quarter of a mile long.
He knows his
and they
shit.
got quite a
Look
bit
at
of
that sky.
So
look at the sky in the background.
Absolutely.
Look at that sky, man. Beautiful. I love watching these mining things.
Yeah.
You have to send me the link to these. I'll have a look.
Yeah, I'll get the link to the channel.
This is nice. Yeah, it's quite soft, isn't it? It's all right.
God, awesome!
Wow.
Alex has dropped. I don't know where Alex has gone. Hopefully she'll come back. Hey, Crypto. Bernie. Hey, Bernie.
I can't do confined spaces though. I can't do
I'm not good
potholes.
with them either. Dude, I'm not good with them either.
I could do that.
No, I love them.
Yeah.
This is my kind of thing.
I could do this, yeah, I could do this, but not though. You know, when it goes really tight and they get, you know,
I've done it with water there as well. Yeah, I've done potholing with water. That and heights. I don't mind heights either. I don't mind heights at all.
Well, I love heights.
Right. Do you know what? I've gone paragliding. I've gone bungee jumping and all sorts like that, right? But I went and stood up next to the cliff in Portugal, and I got vertigo a little bit, and I had to back away from the edge of the cliff. There's something about, or stood on the very top of a tall building, you know. There's something about looking over the edge, this like feeling that I'm going to get pushed.
Yeah.
It's just, am I going to get pushed or am I going to jump? Or what would it be like to just jump? Just fuck it.
Yeah.
Is my visualization?
Yeah, it's not judged you. Don't you worry. It's not judged you.
I've been up to like 7,500 foot in the air, and
speculation gets the better of you.
Yeah, and I can't do that off edge. This is awesome.
But it's basically a mud flooded mine, or it was for little people.
That's crazy.
So we are standing now in the original drivage from the surface. So what we've walked along hitherto has been a widened out, blasted out version. This is where the original, because if you notice, we're right opposite the way we came in here. Yes. So this is the original level that they drove straight through the load and carried on this way. When they found, well, we'll go down and have a look. They obviously haven't widened this out, so I don't think this is going to go anywhere, because if the mine was mainly this way, they would have widened this out too. But they've only...
So I'll stop sharing just for.
That's cool.
Actually, I need to give the link. All right. I'll put it in the chat, but I'll put it in the private chat as well.
Yeah.
So there's the link, and I want to get in touch with these boys and go and look down a mine.
Recce with them.
You know, we'd need good torches, but I've got a gimbal for the phone camera, and so we'd have nice steady shots. And if we could get just like head torches and a good 3,000 lumen or whatever hand torch to be able to point out things. I don't know how much torches cost. I think they're quite expensive. I'm sure they're cheaper in the UK. Torches here, those sorts of torches cost about 30, 40 euros.
Quid. Yeah, 25 quid. You can get a decent 3,000 lumen. It's the batteries though. You only need a couple of batteries.
That's the thing, right? Because that's my biggest fear is all the batteries going dead. Because I've had stories of mine explorers
them draining before you've even used them.
Yeah, and they go they've got to change the battery, and all the batteries are dead, and they're in the mine with nothing but their lighters.
Electromagnetism in the earth.
Yeah, and all they've got is their lighters to find their way back, man. You know, it's a little bit exciting, but the thing is, I know what my head does. I know what my imagination does. Where I go, where my imagination goes, I know where it's capable of going, and there is a possibility that I could really freak myself out, in my head. imagining things coming up
Yeah,
behind.
you've got a good imagination. That's good. Never lose it.
I've got, yeah. But the thing is, I need to work on that fear, because that fear shouldn't exist. It should be like, oh, brilliant. Yeah, come on, bring it on. Bring it on.
I used to be shit scared of the dark when I was on my own, like even up the garden. Like, but I've controlled that now. My fear is gone. That's the main thing. Like that. I've been through a few traumatic experiences and stuff, and it's just switched off. You know, it's quite calming, to be honest. How you can control it. Yeah.
So I used to walk back when I was 19, when I lived in Newbury, and I'd been living there since I was like 10, so 9 years, and I got really badly beaten up by 3 lads. Fractured the base of my skull, and yeah, I because it all went to court and everything, I was intimidated as a witness, because these 2 lads, their old man did work for the Russian mafia or something. And so they didn't even get picked up for about 18 months because the old man was, you know, palming off chief inspectors or whatever. Yeah. And my old man kicked up such a stink and basically got somebody at Meridian TV interested, and basically went to the chief inspector and said, if you don't fucking sort this out now, this is going on Meridian. And so like literally within a week they picked all 3 of them up, and they were on charges for GBH with intent, and only one of them went to prison. The twin brother went to prison. His twin brother got off because the police fucked up with the identity parade. But anyway, I got really badly intimidated, and like quite a few times fucking shit myself, because they'd grab me, you know, down an alley or something. They'd grab me, and I wasn't beaten up, but I thought they were gonna fucking put me in hospital again, man. But I carried it on. I didn't let them. I just stopped going into Newbury.
Yeah. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why I left Newbury in the end, because it just fucked it all up for me. It was like, it used to be it was brilliant going out every weekend, you know, down the market, tavern and all that, to live bands, and it was brilliant, man. But it fucked it all up.
Yeah.
That's the only times I've ever been beaten in a fight, is when somebody's taken me from behind. And I've not, it's just come out of nowhere, and I've not had a chance to react to it or anything. And these lads, when they got me, they slammed me, like they ran into me from me. I didn't even know. I suddenly heard these footsteps running up behind. I didn't think anything of it. I was walking my mate's girlfriend home. I had my arm around her. It was freezing cold. Bang! Smashed into me from behind, like shoved me from behind. And it whipped my head back so hard, it just knocked me out. I went down like a sack of shit, and they actually picked me up and put my head on the curb and then started stamping on my face.
Oh, God, man.
So, like, they had serious intent, mate. They were coked off their nuts. Absolutely coked off their nuts. They were pissed off because we'd had a confrontation in the club a couple of hours before. I put my hand out. I said, look, there doesn't need to be any problems, man. I'll buy you a drink. Put my hand out, and he just slapped my hand away. And the bouncers just pounced on him straight away. As soon as he did that, they went boom, and just like chucked him straight out, literally on his ass out the door. And I did notice that he was stood out there with his 2 mates, with his brother and his mate, who was actually the older brother of one of my mates at school. But I noticed that they were stood there, but I just grabbed Lorna. That's what her name was, Lorna. I grabbed her and said, come on, let's go. Because her boyfriend had fucked off. She was really upset about it. And I said, don't worry, I'll walk you home. And there was a bit of attraction there. She had a cracking pair.
Yeah.
She had a hairy back. like really, really hairy. It was really hairy, man. Like it was more than downy. It was she was part wolf. I think she was part wolf. But
she was.
I don't know if Alex has dropped out because she thinks it's just going to be a lads' night now. Just the lads. But I do like this. I do like this, boys, that it is just, it's like, no, it's Alex, and you're welcome back.
Saturday
Please
night,
do come back. But I am actually appreciating that it's the lads right now. We'll have to hook up, Squirrel.
Definitely.
We're thinking, like the time scale we're thinking at the moment is like in about 4 weeks. But it really does depend on how much help.
Whereabouts are you, Squirrel?
I'm down Brighton way.
Brighton, no way. Oh, that's my old haunt, mate. That's my old haunt. When I was working in a recording studio, and we did weekend gigs and stuff, and we had like there's this band, this punk band in Brighton that we did all their, we roaded for them basically. Did all their.
Which year was it? What era?
But the drummer, it was 1995,
right? Okay.
And the drummer, his dad was best friends with Paul Weller.
Right,
they were best mates. And when I went around his house, it was just pictures of his dad and Paul Weller, and Paul Weller and his family, and they were really tight. So I never got to meet Paul Weller. I was gutted. I never got to meet him, but I was going down to Brighton a lot, and I met this girl, and we hooked up, and she was quite a big girl, really. She was like, but that meant that she was like she was a big girl. Anyway, we had a relation. I was driving down there every weekend. I'd drive down on the Friday afternoon, get there sort of about 7-8 o'clock in the evening, and I'd stay there until Monday morning, and I'd drive back Monday morning and just come straight to work. But I was living in the studio at the time. I was living in a recording studio because my parents had kicked me out because I couldn't pay the rent, basically, because they said, right, if you're going to work, you pay rent. If you went to university, you wouldn't have to pay rent. Well, no, because I'd be in Hall residence. Do you think I'm gonna? No, if I'd stayed in college, if I hadn't quit college to go and work in the recording studio, and not get paid for it, we agreed a salary, £50 a week. Right when I took the job, we agreed £50 a week, and for 18 months he never paid me a penny. But when after 6 months, my parents kicked me out, so I ended up on the floor in the studio, and he was making sure I was getting fed. I was living on cold baked beans, bread, hot dog sausages, and then he started inviting me around the house. That's when I dyed my hair, mate. When I tried to dye it blonde, and it went sort of bright orange. Yeah, and so I shaved it all underneath, put it up into a top knot ponytail. And I thought, no, I'm gonna have a fucking orange top knot ponytail. Fuck you all, man. I was like,
I had my hair dyed once. I had it done by the hairdressers. I did dyed blonde. It was all right. It was good. But then we were due to go on holiday, so I thought, it can't be that hard to do. So I thought, I'll do it myself now, innit? So when I did it myself, I did it before I went away. Got out on holiday, got in the seat. It was coming out in tufts. The hair was falling out.
That was it. I'll tell you what, when I realised that because I was dyeing my hair, it was falling out more than it would if it was natural. I was just like, do you know what? I quite like the fact that I've still got a hairline. I don't want to mess with that, so I'm going to stop colouring it. And that's a bit girly for a man to start. I had fucking gold hoop earrings in both ears, pierced tongue, dyed hair. I like to put on highlights. At one point I was putting highlights in my hair, but it was all undercut. Then I grew it down. I grew it all out to my shoulders, and I put it up in a. It was around your sort of length. How far past your shoulders does your hair go, Squirrel?
Mine.
Can you put yours all up? It'll all go up into a ponytail, won't it?
Yeah.
Because mine wouldn't. it wasn't long enough on the sides and the top to do that. So I put it on a top knot. I put it like a Japanese top knot on the top, but it would come down into a second ponytail down at the bottom. So I'd like a top knot double coming down into a like double because I thought it was like my answer to a new Mohican. It's like I wanted to be a Japanese warrior. I wanted a fucking your hair, mate. I've always wanted hair like yours. It's not like yours at all. Mine goes
like
all over. It's fuzzy. He looks like Kill Bill, mate.
Yeah.
You can do quite a lot with it, different disguises. Especially if you have a good shave as well.
I would. I really would. Maybe in Ecuador. I'll grow my hair that long.
Yeah, do it. I mean, it's only since lockdown, basically. It's only been 2 years, and I had it pretty short before that.
Yeah, it took me. Well, I just didn't get my hair cut for 18 months. I just never got it cut, but it ended up with so many split ends, and because I was using straighteners, like because my hair's just kinky and it's like it's got little bits of afro. I've got little strands of afro hair in my head.
Yeah, mine's naturally straight. It's always been. But
my normal hair has got a sort of kink in it. But the afro comes from my granddad. Like my gramps from Algeria, he had afro hair, and it's like you pull them out, they're like fucking really thick jet black hairs, like a little bit like pubes on steroids.
And my hair thin, man. But I've got hair, but it's just thin. I can't do nothing with it. So
but it's a cool color, mate. You don't color it, do you? But no, it's not grey. It's white.
Yeah,
it's sort of, you can see it, but it was sort of like you look like you were blonde. It's still it actually. Do you know what? It actually looks a little bit blonde in this light.
I was dark. I was quite dark brown, like. About 28, started going grey.
Strawberry blonde, it looks.
No, lovely. Thank you.
No, I used to have dark black hair when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Completely dark black. Till I was about, I suppose it was about 9, 10. Started getting a few little grey hairs coming through, which was quite funny at school.
So you're Gandalf.
I'm Gandalf. Yeah.
You're like the reincarnation of Gandalf.
There you go.
Did somebody come and inject you with the Lord of the Rings when you were like 9 or 10? You got injected with the Lord of the Rings, and suddenly you watched the Lord of the Rings, and suddenly your hair started sprouting white. It's like
I've always been fascinated with magic and enchantment and the mysticism and things that we can't usually see, but we know.
Have you got anything keeping you in the UK?
Well, family, yeah, I've got 2 kids, wife.
You got right, okay. I didn't know that you got a wife. I thought you were single.
No, I've been married 17, 18 years now. But together for 20. Yeah, met.
Fair.
I mean, I was a lad a long time ago, and then I was probably celibate for probably about 8 years before I met Sarah. Wasn't looking for anyone. Wasn't looking for anyone at all.
8 years. I think that's where I'm now.
Yeah.
I've been basically.
I've lived my life quite young. I've been brought up with a silver spoon. I kind of rejected that quite quickly at the age of 16, 17, went the other way, left home without any help at all whatsoever, and just worked my way,
I didn't have the silver spoon. I can't say I was born with a silver spoon. I was spoiled.
No, I was spoiled like anything, mate. I tell you, I was using it up until the point I realised that all my friends weren't my friends. I had hundreds of people. I I used to have parties every Friday night around my house, and there used to be about 60, 70 people around there every Friday.
Wow.
You would have fucking.
And Saturday morning. Well, it would be Sunday morning because it would go on to all through Saturday.
You were the one
Sunday
that I would
morning,
always try to get to know, mate.
I'd have to spend 3 hours raking the driveway of all the gravel because of all the cars that used to turn up. You know, it'd be like 7 or 8 cars, all full of, you know, nightmares, you know. And I used to have this big games room that used to be like a kennelry that my old man turned into like a club room, and it had a bar in there, and it had a pool table and table tennis table and an arcade machine, and it was like a perfect pub, you know. And so, go on.
Right, I was the lad that fucking turned up and was tried to be the big man and said, yeah, fuck, I'll down a pint of vodka. Go on. Glug, 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 glug.
Well, it would be me who'd be giving you the bottle of vodka, challenging you at that time.
But and then passing out and then waking up and like being, when I woke up, being so drunk that you'd be like, it'd be your dad
be in the
saying,
garden. You'd be out in
your
the
dad saying, no, you are not going in the swimming pool. I saw the state of you earlier and it's not safe. You just go and drink, go and sober up, and you're not going in the pool. And I go off in a huff and then puke up just when I'm going to kiss like I pulled the girl that I fancied, but puked up just before I kissed her, and so that fucked that all up. She ran. She literally got up. Oh God, fuck that, and ran up. I was like,
she wasn't a keeper then. She wasn't a keeper,
mate. I nearly puked in her mouth, so it was like it just, you know when it just suddenly you're like, yeah, no, can't keep this down.
Yeah, but when you're 15, 16, you've seen it all, you know.
I was 17.
You've seen it the opposite way.
I was nearly 18. In fact, I might have been 18 then, actually. I might have been 18 because I was driving. I was driving because they made me drink. Oh no, they didn't make me. I actually had a wager that I wouldn't drink a raw egg in the morning with my hangover. I was really hungover. I passed out on the fucking lawn. I woke up in the, you know, like wet from the dew. It was a beautiful day. It's beautiful summer's day. But yeah, went in. Everybody's in the kitchen. I went in like, oh, and they're all, oh look, here he is, look, here he is, fucking Mr. I can down a pint of vodka. And I'm like, yeah. And then so somebody said about having a raw egg, and I'm like, yeah, go on then, I'll do that. Yeah, go on then. I'll take a raw egg. What is it? $5? Yeah, go on then. Go on then. And they made me wait before I drove home because I was still a little bit drunk in the morning.
Yeah.
You know?
Those are the days, man.
But you were the guy that I was always trying to be friends with. You're like, yeah, this is the man that can make things happen.
But then, you know, when I look at it back, I had a few friends that, you know, had bigger, better stuff than me, and I was like you, wanting to get into his circle. You know,
it's all about
circles.
To be fair, though, like it's like my friendship is actually, I do consider myself to be a good friend because I go out of my way for my friends. I will go out of my way for my friends.
Well, that's what without a second all about. I mean, I now have, you know, from my lifetime, I've got probably 6 friends that I can give a call, and they will be anywhere at 4 o'clock in the morning and meet me there. No questions asked. You know?
I don't know how many, but I'm pretty sure that if I called Lee up at 4 o'clock in the morning and said, Lee, mate, I'm in London.
Help me out. Yeah.
Can you help me out?
I'm gonna get you.
I know he'd be there. I know Lee would be there, man. And
right.
that's brought a little tear to my eye, actually, mate. Seriously, because I know you'd be there.
There you go. Bring the love.
It's nice to know, and I know there's probably more people as well. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't. Me and you, Squirrel, we got a different. You haven't joined the treehouse yet, so you know, come and fucking join the treehouse. Become a closer
I'm
part
always
of
up
the
a tree. Yeah, I've got to join.
Mate, if you can come out to Ecuador, you know, You are one of the tribe, as far as I'm concerned.
You know, get the kids. Yeah, definitely come over for a period.
Bring the kids over, mate. You could bring the kids over. You know, how old are the kids?
9 and 12.
Actually, can we do me a favor? Can everybody, please? Yeah, we're not goats. They're children. Yeah. This is a horrible American slang.
Yeah.
No offense to Americans, but you've been programmed into calling your kids, your children, kids.
We've all been programmed.
They project. Well, yeah, because they project their own goat-loving, you know, Baphomet freaking bullshit.
Yeah.
So children, the childers, we can call them childers. The little nippers, yeah, the little nippers, whippersnappers. Yeah, all of that.
Mini me's.
Even cheeky little monkeys, you know?
Yeah, because they can be.
Because you know, I called what I used to call jinn, and before that I called demons. Now I call them cheeky monkeys, and I'll put them in the same category as little children. Not because little children are like little, you know, demons, because that's how much authority I give these so-called fucking demons. They are little children to me, as far as I'm concerned, because I know that I'm the one that's been given the authority in this realm, not them. The only power they can have is what I perceive them to have. So, if I absolutely refuse to perceive them as anything other than cheeky little monkeys, they're pretty powerless, aren't they? You know, maybe they'll get one over on me now and again. It's like, oh, you cheeky little monkeys.
You can feel the presence, can't you? I can feel the presence now and then.
But it takes away any malevolence. For me, it takes away any potential malevolence, or you know, and it's like, oh, you know, turn it into a joke, laugh at it a little bit, like, yeah, go on, I see you. Go on, try again. You know, you're powerless.
Top a load of this, right? My partner I'm with now, she's just gone off down the caravan to West Wales. And I'll stay behind to do some of the Land Rover, but she's got a young daughter. And she was on the way on one of the roads, and I think it was on the motorway or something. And the daughter turned around, she's only 6, and she said to them, she said, did you just see that car pass through that motorbike? She said, you are? She actually seen a car drive through a motorbike. And when she looked around, the mother, there was no motorbike there. She'd seen something. She'd seen this person on a motorbike, and the car just drove through it.
Could have been a timeline. She slipped into a timeline where she perceived it. It was like, because I think everything's happening now.
Yeah.
I think all the timelines, everything's all happening now.
It was amazing. Yeah. Well, I told you about it before when I was driving the ambulance. So take the patient I was driving at that time. My mate was attending. I was driving the ambulance with the patient in the back. Driving down one of the regular routes on night shift. Pitch black. 2 cars coming the other direction. And they paused, literally for about 2 or 3 seconds. They paused their route, one following behind each other, yeah? And they just stopped. And I seen it and carried on. And I was like, what the just happened? Again, timelines, they're shifting. It didn't freak me out. I just thought, whoa, I just seen that. Yeah. And how many times are we just floating around the parks, getting on with our own thing, doing things and not noticing? Something else the other day, because after she told me this today, I remembered seeing this person. This was last week. I can't remember where I was. There was this person now, a young lad, long like trench coat, brown trench coat, holding a red book. He looked a bit flustered. He was walking along quite fast. He'd stopped, paused, looked behind him, shook his head sort of thing, and then walked on. And as I was driving past, I thought to myself, that's not your regular person. That is not somebody from this day and age holding a red book, young guys walking down the road. what do they normally carry now? Phones, isn't it? And they wouldn't be dressed like that. And I was like, whoa. So
red book as well.
And a red book, thick red book. Yeah.
And do you know, it's funny because Neil's just got his hand on a red book, hasn't he? Neil's just got his hands on a red book about the Israelites from the 1800s, printed in like 1852 or something.
Wow.
Like, serious. And there's more there. He's going to buy more. There's more there. He's going to go and get some more from the 1800s.
Wow.
And yeah, crazy, mate. Right.
Yeah, brilliant,
absolutely brilliant. He's going to make a video. I put a link. I did put a link in the treehouse to his channel. Right. Because he's going to make a video about it. Yeah. Yeah. I think
make some more content. Yeah. No, it's just fascinating, man, and things that are just happening, and I think a lot of people are noticing more what's going on around us, you know.
Yeah, I was going to answer that question. Awakened Alliance. Actually, the answer to the question is, I don't know, sir. I actually don't know what the cost of living is in Ecuador. None of us do, but the whole idea is that it's not going to be too much, you know. Like electricity isn't too much, and we're going to try and do something about, you know, free electric, creating our own electricity using whatever means, probably solar panels, and you know, maybe some sort of, if we can set up some sort of water generator thing, like gravity, like we were saying, we'll call it gravity for now, just for, you know, familiarity. So some sort of gravity pump doing a turbine, you know, and you know that gets somehow in a genius way pumped back up, so it's just a constant
recirculating.
You know, we've got Bernie coming over to help with that.
Excellent, man.
So yeah, well, hopefully anyway. That's, you know, we're hoping so.
Yeah,
and,
look up ram pumps as well. That's interesting.
Ram pump.
Like I said, it's you build a valve into it. There's no electricity or anything, no generator. We can actually move water up to a higher level from a river or something like that. And there's the gasifier I talked about as well before, which is like burning logs and wood. And
there's ways. There's ways.
The fumes, and they can actually power cars and generators off it.
There's ways to create high pressure, really high pressure, using, you know, different size bottles and stuff, or different size tubes, and so you could blow up a car tire using a bit of water and some empty bottles. You know, I've seen somebody doing it on YouTube. I don't know how bloody real it was, but it looked pretty real what he did. You know, he did it all on camera, and it seemed to work. Maybe it was maybe it was bullshit.
Some of it is on, but there's a lot of interesting stuff out there that could definitely work. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. A simple wind turbine.
Yeah, can power small things. I was looking at that. I don't know who it was that sent me the link, but that lad that built the sort of log cabin in the woods, where what he's done is basically he's got logs, like tree trunks, straight, nice, relatively straight ones, I imagine, and only, you know, like so long or whatever, that sort of size, all of them around that sort of size, and use just with logs and thick mud, clay type mud. And he's built this house, it's a roundhouse. He's built a roundhouse out of logs and mud with a roof that's got grass growing on it, and you know, and he does a walk around. Should I get it up? Should we get it
like
up?
A hobbit?
It's bloody. I'll tell you what, mate. It's pretty impressive what he does.
These things on the retreat.
And then listen, when we've
cave,
When
a mud house, a tree house, floating water house.
Right. When we've done that, right, we will go and look at this thing that the link that Hippie Shake. So
yeah.
I do actually wanted to talk about Dell from Beyond the Curve as well and what he was talking about, but maybe we'll do that another day. Let me find it. I've had a little brain sort of blank. Now my mind's gone blank as to what it is that I'm in the video that I'm looking for. I was hoping.
What about machinery and stuff out there? They get a tractor or anything like that out there?
I mean, they've already basically. There's already like they've got their way. They've been doing it for 20 years. Frank and his wife started the foundation 20 years ago, and so they're very well established. They know what they're doing, and we've never done anything like that before. So we're gonna really spend the first 6 months to a year, however long it takes, to find our own, we'll find our own way with their guidance, basically. And using the influences that we've got, which is the Earthship thing, and my idea of tree houses. If we can do that, if there's some way we can build, a tree house that people can live in, do it like a roundhouse, and where it can be where like a hostel, like a sort of hostel type, where people don't mind that they are sleeping in the same, everybody trusts each other, and you've got there's
you could have these little huts and houses spanning off the airship.
Outside, I mean, what we've got. I was thinking of the sort of like it's like a roundhouse built around the tree, and then that's the greeting room. It's we have a nice fireplace in there, so it's where we entertain sometimes, and where we show movies and do have live sit around the fire and read stories and whatever, live music. And then we can do live music outside as well, all around the fireplace outside, a bonfire. We can do, there's 24 acres that we can develop on. Wow. And there's already, the water's already been sorted. The well has been dug there and that, I think. And it's ready for development. So, we're going to basically take our ideas to there, and we'll make some Earthships. And I think Shari's stipulation is that she does have plumbing in her place. So we're going to work something out so that Shari at least has a flushable toilet. We'll maybe have to come up with some new invention to do it. But I've got a feeling that the Earthships do have a flushable toilet option. So I think it'll be all right. I think we'll be all right.
Brilliant, man. Brilliant stuff.
So where's a sniper gun? It's giving us. I'll tell you what. You keeping your eye out for UFOs. What if a UFO comes flying over? That'd be perfect, wouldn't it? That'd be absolutely perfect.
Well,
I've just seen the time.
I told you about the one I seen last week, didn't I?
Yeah.
Quite a few people seen it around here as well. It was like a fireworks sort of thing.
Yeah.
slow motion. It was like, wow. Massive trail behind it. Fascinating.
I just remembered what I promised Hippie. I promised Hippie. Where is it? There we go. Right. Nurse dies. Back to begin. Nurse dies and gets shown the truth about energy and movements.
What?
Nurse dies and gets shown the truth about energy and movements. It's the other side, NDE. Hippie Shake shared the link in the chat, and I'm sure she's going to share it again.
My name's Penny Whitroat, and in 2015, I had a near-death experience when I had an allergic reaction and I quit breathing. So I had gone to the hospital, wasn't sure what I was having a reaction to, and I had an EpiPen because I had an established allergy to shellfish. So I had used that. I got to the hospital. The nurse that was there, I knew because I had worked at that hospital, and I was a little worried about the kind of care I would get, not necessarily from the hospital, but that particular nurse. And so when I walked in, she said, you know, what do you need to be seen for? And I'm wheezing and looking up and I can't breathe. And so I barely can speak. And I'm like, I'm having an allergic reaction. And I set the empty EpiPen on the counter so she could see that I had taken that. And she's like, well, if you took that, why did you come here? And I thought, oh, great. You know, I'm going to die. She doesn't even understand the basics of anaphylaxis. And to be fair, we don't see a ton of it in the ER, but we do see it. So she takes me back and she says, you know, we don't have a bed, so I'm going to put you in a wheelchair. They had a clean room, but not a bed. I'm like, I don't need a bed. She's like, no, you have to wait till we get a bed. So she puts me in a wheelchair and rolls me down this hallway that leads to the bathroom and the doctor's sleeping quarters. So nobody's down there. And I'm just sitting in this hall by myself where no one can see me. And it's just getting worse and worse. And I was having to look up to be able to breathe. And I thought, I'm going to die. And so luckily EpiPens come in 2 packs. So I went ahead in the ER, gave myself my second dose, and that held me for, I don't know, maybe another 15 minutes. And then I started having stridor, which is this really squeaky breathing sound you have as your airway closes. And a doctor heard it and she stuck her head down the hall and she's like, oh my gosh. So she runs down the hall, gets the wheelchair, wheels me into the room that has a bed, and they get me up there. And now because I'm in anaphylaxis, my veins have all kind of flattened out. They can't get an IV in me. It's a very, very bad position to be in. She's like, we're going across the hall. And I thought, oh no, they're going to end up coding me because that's trauma, you know, and I worked there, so I know what the trauma room's for. And I had nurses on either side trying to put IVs in, and they were all just really sketchy. I'm like, this thing's not going to hold up. And they're giving me shots of Benadryl and shots of steroids and more epinephrine and more epinephrine. And by the time my husband got there, he walked in and I'm sitting straight up in the bed looking up and just, you know, tears because I couldn't breathe. And he gets the doctor. He's like, you got to do something. She's going to quit breathing. And the doctor's like, oh, no, we've got plenty of time. And I remember hearing that. And then everything kind of started feeling very like I was in a tunnel or something, not like a tunnel of light, but if you've ever passed out, that kind of distant feeling where voices sound far away. And I thought that this is it. And so I quit breathing, fell over, and they called the code. And I was out of my body at that point looking down, and I didn't recognize me. And I thought, oh man, she's in rough shape. She's the one that's coding. You know, I hope she does okay. And I saw everybody run in, and kind of as they were running in, my husband was being pushed out of the room, and that's it. You know, I didn't wake up. So they induced a coma and put me on the ventilator, put me on a life flight to Lexington, drilled an IV into my shin, which I didn't know could be done. Funny, as a nurse, you'd think I'd know that, but just screw that thing right into your shin bone and they can give you drugs that way. So that was good. So they take me off to Lexington and I spend, I want to say 5 days in an induced coma before I can come off the ventilator. But in that time, the first thing that happened was I kind of came back to, and I was in my sister's car, and she lived in Wisconsin at the time, and she was driving to get to Kentucky, and it was pouring rain late at night. And I'm like, what is she doing out this late? The weather's terrible. You know, I wonder if something's happened to the kids. And so she pulls over at this gas station underneath this canopy, and she puts her hand in her purse and pulls out her phone. And so I lean over and her clothes are wrinkled and mismatched. And I'm like, did she like get dressed in the dark? What is going on here? You know? So she pulls out her phone and she types in, hang on, kiddo, I'm coming, which was kind of interesting because I saw that after I came out of the coma and, you know, had a confirmation.
Would you buy a brand new freehold property located in Newton?
Oh, lovely advert.
What's the property?
Information of it. Then, you know, I saw that, and then I was back in this dark place. So I'm in this place and it's dark. Like a lot of people haven't really experienced complete darkness, but it was completely dark. And I couldn't determine how big it was, how small it was, because it was so dark. But I had an image of me there somehow. I couldn't figure out like what was holding me. And I try to move and I can't move. And it feels like something's holding me down. And it feels like I'm really having to struggle to breathe. And I'm super claustrophobic. So that totally freaked me out. And I had like this panic attack. And then I called it the deep sleep. The deep sleep would just come and like take over. And then I would be asleep and I'd wake up. And this goes on and on for, I always tell people, if I had to give it a time, what it felt like compared to time here, because time there is so different, it was about 10 years. And I keep going in and out. And what am I doing here? What is this place? Have I died? Did I ever exist? And it went on for so long that I started to question if I'd ever really existed. I thought maybe I've been here so long, maybe something terrible happened and I was cast away to this place and I've just made up that whole life just to have something to think about and cling to. And, you know, why is no one looking for me? And I couldn't figure out what was going on. And something tells me, or I get this inclination to lean forward. And so when I say lean forward, I don't mean like at the waist, I mean lean forward like this. And when I did it, all of me went like that, like a plank. The direction that I was pointed in, I could move that direction. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can move. This is incredible. And so I saw like a light way off on the left and I thought, okay, I'll go that way. So I turned my body and I'm now flying crazy fast that direction. And you can't see anything, it's super dark. And I'm thinking, man, I hope I'm in an open space or I'm going to, you know, run right into something. So I get to that light section. It's kind of like a barrier and there's something on the other side. And so I just kind of kept staring. And eventually it got clear and I could see me laying in a hospital bed on the other side. And my daughter was there and she.
Just for the benefit of YouTube, I've probably taken far too long. This is all for educational purposes and all of this stuff. This is like, I'm absolutely mesmerized by what she's saying because my experience medically induced coma was similar. I can't remember what happened, but anyway, enough interruptions. I shall carry on.
She was standing to my right, but kind of behind me in front of the ventilator. I remember looking at her shirt and for some reason I knew it was summer. I had that in my head and I thought, why is she wearing a flannel shirt in the summer? You know, she's so funny that way. And I looked at from where I was, which I would say felt like, you know, maybe 30 feet away, I could see the fabric on that shirt and I knew what it would feel like. And I'm like, whoa, that's weird. And I knew what she was thinking, which was weird because I never know what she's thinking. She's a very private person. I started kind of surveying the room. I could see that I was in soft restraints so that I couldn't move my hands. I looked to see what drugs I was on and I looked at my vital signs and I'm like, okay, I'm critical but stable. I'm in a coma because I know what those drugs are used for. And apparently I'm just in a coma or something and I'll wake up and I'll be all back together again. And I thought, well, this is great. You know, hopefully I survive and I can get back in or I die and things get straightened out over here. So I'm not stuck in this dark place. And I kind of refocused and was looking at my daughter and I could feel her feelings and hear her thoughts. And she was scared. And she's like the most stoic person I've ever met. And it just broke my heart that she was scared because it's not anything she would ever even tell me, you know? And so I put my hands out to grab her and pull her to me and hug her. And my hands hit the wall and I just lost it. I don't know what's going on here. I was sure that, you know, it had something to do with God. And I was like, what are you doing? You know, why would you torment me like this? You know, what have I done that's earned me this? And I just was so frustrated and enraged and I got sucked back into the darkness. And so I wake up again and I'm like, okay, you know how to move now. Let's go. So I go back toward the left. I get to the light and the barrier, instead of being hard, this time is more like a bubble. And so I put my hand to touch it and my hand went through and I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And so I put my other hand through and I'm like, okay, can I just pop in over there? And I did. I just went right through and I was over me. And I was looking down at the bed and I made it over. Like, what do I do now? Do I like lay down on top of me and will I get sucked back in? And then I'll wake up and everything will be okay. Or I wasn't sure what to, you don't get instructions or anything. It's crazy. And so I was staring at me in the bed and I was trying to get her to open her eyes. And I'm like, come on, you know, open your eyes. And I'm just trying to will it and it's not happening. And so I'm getting mad. And I thought, okay, now calm down. You don't want to get mad and get sucked back. And it's too big. Let's just get her to move her finger. You know, that would be something. I'm looking at my finger in the bed and I'm like, come on, move your finger, damn it, she won't move her finger, you know? And it's the most frustrating thing I've ever done. And so I got sucked back, but just onto the other side of the wall. I didn't get sucked all the way back. And I started thinking, I'm like, okay, this can't be accidental. I must be here for a reason. There's got to be something I'm supposed to figure out or learn. How did I get in this place? And just kind of like from my spirit, it comes out. You made this place. I wasn't even shocked by it. I heard it and I'm like, that's true. I did. So when I was on this side, after my divorce, I had just kind of closed myself off because I'd been so hurt by that, and more so hurt about the abandonment of the kids. You know, that just broke my heart. And I thought, you know, I'm never going to get into another relationship. And people, like, I enjoyed working and had friends at work. I didn't socialize with anybody outside of work. I have social anxiety anyway. And so like I would get really stressed at answering the phone, and it was just getting worse and worse. And so I had just completely kind of built this wall around myself to protect me from ever being hurt again. And, you know, the things that you build up here are stored up in heaven, and you have to deal with them, whether they're good or bad, you know? And so that's what this was. This was this physical manifestation of this isolation, the jail that I had built, imprisoned myself in, thinking I was somehow safe. Maybe I was safe, but I wasn't living. And so when I realized that, there was this crack, and then where the crack happened, and light started coming through, and I was over the moon. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get out. I'm going to get out of this. This is great. And so this whole thing is cracking open almost like an egg. And this big, big, bright spirit starts coming toward me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's other people or things or whatever here. I'm not alone, you know? And so this spirit, who's female, comes to me, and she's just huge. She's huge. She's grand, you know, not just big in size. She puts her arms out, and I'm immediately drawn into her arms without her touching me. And she's holding me to her chest, and the darkness is breaking apart in shards. And she's got this like whirlwind of energy that's going around us. And as the shards would come and hit her energy, they would be flung off, and then they would be gone. They couldn't fly around anymore. They disappeared. And so she was like, just with her energy, casting away the darkness, and it just was getting brighter and brighter. And I'm crying, like ugly crying. I mean, I was just overwhelmed that there was somebody there, and I didn't initially know who she was. And so I'm freaking out. And she says, calm yourself, dear one, just in her mind. And I hear it in my mind. I always tell people, if you've ever had surgery, when they start giving you that drug to put you to sleep, you can't fight it, but you feel it course through you. And that's what it was like. It was like her words broke down and coursed through my body and caused exactly what she wanted to have happen to happen. And so then I was calm, and I thought, okay, who is she? She's so familiar. And so I look up, and she's got these brilliant green eyes, and I look up further, and then on the top of her head, it looks like flames, and it's this orange red hair. And I knew who she was. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's my grandma. It was amazing to see her on that side. She died when I was 9 or 10. And so I looked at her, and I'm like, you're alive. And she's like, well, of course I'm alive. And she's like, there's no death. You know this, you learned this. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. And she's like, yes, you learned this when you were really little. Remember, she says, energy can't be created or destroyed. It just changes forms. That's God's law borrowed by man. And I was like, of course, that makes perfect sense. I'd always been a believer, and I had believed in God and was hoping there was heaven. You know, we're all hoping for that, but I didn't feel like I had any real assurance of it. And there she was giving me this assurance based on science, you know.
The US stock market is the in thing now, but here's
we do go on it. We can't extinguish your light. It has to become something else. And she was just so comforting to me, and she was holding me, and just very, very sweet. And I kind of got lost in that. And when I came back to myself, I realized I was alone, and I was just floating in the light, you know, just was enjoying it. It was really nice. And then all of a sudden, everything shook. It was more like an earthquake from the beginning.
I've got so much to say. I've got so much to say, man. But I want to wait. I want to wait till the end, because
of time to the end of time. Like, things that didn't even exist yet were shaking. It was crazy. I could feel it all the way to my middle, and I knew it was God. And so I immediately tried to start thinking of the things that I had done, because I'm like, you can read my mind. You know, pull something good up to the front, because I don't know, you know, I mean, there's been some bad, and I don't want him to lead with that. And I couldn't think of anything. I've been a nurse. I mean, I could have thought of a million things, but I was stumped. And all of a sudden, there's this light, and it's much brighter than the light that I'm in. And it gets closer and closer. And he says, I am. And I had heard that a million times, you know, the great I am, all these different things. And I never really understood it. But, you know, he was making this declaration that the creator of everything was here. And I really understood it in that moment when he said that, you know, I'm the one who made you. I'm the creator of everything. You know, everything exists as I will it so. And it was just crazy. And so I'm still trying to think of good things. I got nothing. And so I get this sense that we're going to look at my life, and he starts with good, which I appreciated. And he shows this situation where I'm at a store and the lady in front of me doesn't have enough to pay for her groceries, just cents. And she's trying to figure out what to put back. And I remember how that got me in my gut, because I had been that single mom for years. And, you know, you always put back the thing that you need, not the thing that your kid would enjoy. And so she's like, well, you know, and you see her putting back like moisturizer, and you know, she's not going to put the kids' mac and cheese back. And I'm like, oh, I've so been there. And so I fish in my purse and I get what she's short, and I hand it to her, and she doesn't want to take it. And she's just super embarrassed. And I'm like, it's okay. I've been there. Take it. You know, don't put anything back. And it just broke my heart for her. And he showed me that situation played out years ahead. And she's working as a volunteer in this food pantry. And this woman comes in and doesn't have enough food, and she's humiliated and embarrassed. And she's like, it's okay. I've been there, you know, and she packs up this lady's groceries. And I thought, wow, I never thought it that far forward. I thought it was a nice thing to do that day, but I didn't think it would impact her or anyone else. I mean, I'd done some really much bigger things. And I was thinking I was kind of a little put out by that. I'm like, wow, I did this huge nothing. You want to talk about that incredible thing I did, you know, not just this, but it was that thing that explained to me that what your purpose is in the moment that you're in. It's not some huge, big brand thing. Everybody's trying to figure out, where are you right now? Who can you help? And that was the importance, that I didn't ignore that. And so then he shows me the bad. And it was this woman that I worked with who was terrible. If you were a patient, you didn't want that nurse. If you were working a hall, you didn't want to work it with her. And she just was it just didn't feel like she was very attentive to her patients. I was always answering her call lights and her IV alarms. And I never said anything negative to her, never talked about her, because I hate gossip. But in my heart, I was holding this, you know, over her. And God flashed back and showed me her whole life, and showed me the things that her dad had done to her for years. And I mean, it was amazing that she wasn't a psychopath. And here, having been used in her whole life, what does she decide to dedicate her career to? Helping other people. And I'm like, is she doing a great job? No, but I mean, considering where she came from, she's doing great. And God's like, you have to control your thoughts. You're having all these negative thoughts about her, and that has energy, and you're putting it on her, and you're making it harder for her to be who I intended her to be. You're chaining her. And I felt so bad. I thought I was doing so well by not speaking those things and not gossiping and not being hateful to people. But if you're walking around harboring it, you're injuring them just the same. And he's like, you know, you have to look for the good in her and capitalize on that. And then I felt so bad.
Rah. That's pretty profound, man.
That's amazing.
It kind of rings. It kind of really rings true. Just to harbor the thoughts is like wrapping the chains on them, stopping them because the more people think, you know, yeah. Sorry.
Glad that I hadn't done that, because I had such an opportunity to do it, you know, to point out any good that she did. I could have done that, and it changed me. It was good. There's a million things that happened that I never get to talk about because it would take weeks. But at that point, I'm trying to decide, you know, whether I trust God and I want to let God in, and because I knew he knew me and knew everything about me. And I just didn't know whether I wanted to let that kind of power have any sway over me. And so I was standing there and I had to make this choice, you know, was I going to kind of surrender myself to God? And I thought, okay, I will. And his energy, kind of this light, came through my toes, up my legs, into my middle. And it was like a cloak. It was swirling around inside me, like healing hurts and all these things that I didn't even remember were problems, and went up, and it went around my heart and up through my throat and my mouth. And I was able to sing.
That sounds like a bloody Kundalini thing going on right there.
And just these beautiful songs. And I'm like, where is that coming from? I'm a terrible singer. And then it kind of came up, and it was going to come out of my eyes. And
so I took an interest in this AIA job.
And I took no interest in what you're going to say, love.
And loving that I didn't want to let it out. So I squeezed my eyes shut, and it shot through my eyelashes and my eyelids and hit the light that was God on the outside of me, and then came rushing back in, went up through all the different curves in my brain, and was lighting up my brain. And everything I had never understood, I understood. And everything I didn't know that I didn't know, I knew. And, you know, he blocked that. I didn't get to have that coming back, but it was amazing in that moment. Like everything finally made sense. So we kind of go through that moment, and we're going to go through this journey. I wasn't understanding like if we were going to go over and I was going to stay permanently or what was going to happen, but I knew I had to make a decision on this part too. And I got all kind of irritated inside, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. You know, you're overwhelming me with all this love and goodness and stuff. But where were you when my boys were struggling and my daughter? Where were you when their dad left? You know, where were you when they walked to the mailbox every day to get?
Right. I'm just going to stop here because we've been like that's 17 minutes we've been playing, and I've got something to say. Like, I'm not going to deny this woman's experience at all. Right? I think I'm a little bit jealous because I went into a medically induced coma for 7 days because otherwise I was going to die. Same sort of thing, but from the car accident, from the head injury. And they drilled into my fucking skull, still got the hole in my skull. And 7-day medically induced coma. First time they tried to wake me up, I nearly died. And then they didn't try to wake me up. Like, I don't know what happened, but I woke up on New Year's Day, 2001. And I still to this day have absolutely no recollection of where I went for 7 days, or what happened, like what actually happened in the car accident, because I was conscious when the emergency services arrived. I was conscious. I've read all the witness statements. I was going mental, crazy, like thrashing around, trying to get myself out and trying, like, really going mental. And they so I was awake.
How do you remember it all? That's mad, like.
That was your subconscious denying reality at that moment.
I think what it was my consciousness went somewhere else during that moment. Like, I basically left my body when it happened, and it, like, whatever was going on was just kind of mechanical. You know, it was my body reacting, but I wasn't there. And then I was put back in later. Yeah, or I went back in later. So it's like there's this little part of me is like, do you know what? I could sit here and make up a story like that about my thing. It's just the doubting Thomas in me when people are able to explain things in so much detail. So, you know, but I don't want to deny it, because in other ways I've had very similar experiences since. It's been like it's been 12 years, or nearly 12 years since. But last November, if you remember, when I went little nuts, I had that, 90 hours, no sleep, getting these constant downloads, had this experience where I felt like I spoke to my higher self again. And the thing is, I've come to perceive God in a different way. She's still perceiving God as this singular entity. But I don't perceive God like that anymore. I perceive my higher self like that. And and the Christians will get all about that, but it's just
that's just
I've had the experience twice. I've had the experience twice, and after reading, the Fourth Way and everything, that didn't contradict what I'm, how I'm feeling. It's like there is a higher version of every one of us. We have a higher version of ourselves.
We are God.
Well, yeah, we're fractals of, in my opinion. Each one of us is a tiny little fractal of, like if you imagine God is this multifaceted, bright diamond. Each one of us is one facet, But within that, we have our own facets. You know, the potential, all the different facets of our ego. And now I've said the word so many times, it's not making any sense to me. Is that the right word? Facet. The you know, the cut.
Yeah.
The little Mandelbrots. Absolutely, Brian. Little Mandelbrots.
The faults.
Hey, we're coming up to 322, boys.
322.
322. 322. You know what that is? You know what that is?
Down.
Dun, dun, dun. Illuminati confirmed.
Well, it's just over 13 years
Hang
since.
on. Sorry, hang on. I don't mean to interrupt you. It's just
Now that would be creepy.
Everybody in?
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Okay.
Can't stop me.
You will talk to them people.
Sorry. It's not even 322 yet, but there we go. 321 and 14
Get a
seconds.
minute in.
Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, about 13 years ago, I fell out of a tree. It was one of the last of the day. Bit of flippancy came into it on a hot summer's day, and I didn't clip in properly. Leaned back, and the next thing I know, I was flying through the air.
Yeah.
And I landed. The chainsaw landed first, and then I landed on the chainsaw.
Oh shit!
Which did all the trauma to my back. And I remember, well, I remember standing up straight away and taking the chainsaw off, and then realizing that I shouldn't be doing this. And so I put myself into the missionary position, into the position of, you know, how you're supposed to lie in a trauma victim down. And I saw myself doing all of this, and the guy that was with me, he was so traumatized, he was just standing there. And afterwards he said that I did exactly what I said that I saw myself do. I stood straight up, and he didn't know what to do, because I wasn't supposed to be standing up. You know, I was supposed to be on the floor dead, you know, and he didn't know what to do. And he started to you know, say that I started kind of gibbering and realizing that I shouldn't be doing what I was doing. And I laid down, and that's when the other operator came over, you know, and made the call, and I ended up, and I blacked out at that point. But then I remember getting all my chainsaw trousers cut off, and they were taking a bit of a nightmare of cutting them off, because they're designed, you know, not to be cut, you know, and so they're having problems with that. And then the next time I'm completely naked on a metal table, you know, they're trying to wrap me up in a silver foil, and I'm seeing all this from afar, you know, the surroundings that I'm in, and it was like I don't know. Some parts were slow-mo, some parts were really fast, and I think that was to do with my breathing as well, when they were administering more morphine.
Yeah.
And then I remember the
fluffy. Everything goes all fluffy when they administer
pulse of the
morphine.
helicopter blades. Yeah, because they had to get me out of the woodlands, and then it was like the rescue service. They had to then pass me over to the ambulance, which then got me through a field of cows and cattle that were attacking them to the helicopter, which then landed. And I remember getting into the helicopter, and everyone looked like stormtroopers. You know, it was. I just did not know what was happening at that point, you know, because I thought I was going to a hospital in an ambulance, you know. And then I was like watching the pulsating of the blades, you know. It's like, and then that just took me out, and that was the last thing I remember. But then they flew me into Whitechapel, And I remember getting taken off of the helicopter in so much pain. It's like excruciating pain. I'd never experienced anything like it at all whatsoever. With a broken back, basically. Shattered three vertebrae.
I put my back out, right? I remember the very first time I put my back out, and when it popped, that pain that I felt then went right through my spine, and I dropped like a sack of shit on the floor. And I thought to myself, like, have I just broken my back? Like, what the fuck? You know, and that was excruciating pain. So your pain must have been worse than that, you know?
Well, the size of a chainsaw, you know, it might as well be 4 bricks put together, and then you're landing on that, and the rest of your body's flat, you know, and so you've got this arch in your back constantly,
bang.
You know, a physical, you know, you feel like you're constantly arched your back. It's taken a few years to feel like I'm standing more upright now. I'm always standing upright, but I just feel like I'm always being kicked in the back, you know, being pushed along, as it were. But plenty of nerve damage, lots of nerve damage.
Are they fused? Are they fused now? Have they fused the vertebrae?
They put 6 pins and a plate. They basically went into 2 good vertebrae above the 3 damaged vertebrae, above and below, and then connected the middle 2 vertebrae together. So, yeah, it's an interesting kind of design on my back, but it's
the pain
all keyhole stuff.
Probably not as bad as yours. I fell out of the sky after a paragliding accident.
Yeah.
And I was airlifted as well, but I broke my L1.
Right.
But I was in what we call a pod harness, so my legs are outwards, so facing outwards. Whereas another harness, your legs could be dangling. So if I hadn't have had the pod harness, I probably would have broke my legs as well.
Yeah.
But I came down and I was coming into land. I was about 200 foot up, and the wing had a collapse, asymmetrical collapse on the one side, and I tried to sort it out on the other side, which stalled the wing, and I just come down like a sack of shit. But I come like side on into the side of the mountain, and the pain
I've been paragliding twice, right? I've been paragliding twice, once in Austria, once here. And in Austria, I was about 2,600 meters, something like that. I think it was the same sort of height as here, right? But the difference was in Austria, we just went down. We just spiraled down. There were no thermals or anything, and it was all fixed. It was like I was sat on a bench, mate. It was, you know, it was this tandem jump. But I was sort of sat on this bench. The guy was behind me, and he was in a sock, and I was sat on a bench, but here I was in this whole different harness, man. That like it felt like I could fall out of it or something. So you see in the video, I've got it on video, and I will not let go. Like, I've always got my hand holding on for dear life. And I was like, there were after 25, because here we went down and then we went up. We went right up higher than 2,600 meters, man. We went up to like, I don't know, about fucking 4,000 feet or something. Up 4,000 meters. Like, we went high.
That's like 12,000.
But yeah, so when I'm up that high, then you know, it's like, right, it's going to be a long time. We're going to be up. We were up for nearly half an hour. It was meant to be 25 minutes, and we ended up staying up for, it was like 28 minutes or something. We were in the air for. Well, after about 15 minutes, right? After about 15 minutes, it was like, bro, we've been up here for fucking ages, man. Right, I hope these ropes are okay. If I fall from here, then, you know, it's game over, and I'll just enjoy the way down. Then it will be game over like that. There'll be no pain. So there won't be any point in being afraid. Just enjoy the be like you're flying. Just pretend you got a wingsuit on, and who knows, maybe it'll be a miracle, you know. And then as we're coming down, as we're getting lower and lower, my thoughts are going, it's all right. It's all right. Well, now maybe you break your spine. Maybe you're paraplegic. Okay, now maybe it'll just be your legs. Maybe it'll just be your legs. And, you know, and then it's like, I know we're coming into land, and we landed, and it was brilliant, mate. But the guy that I was jumping with, he was the best pilot, man. He knew exactly what he was doing. He took us on a really good. I had a brilliant flight with him, like best flight ever. I was shitting my pants, but
I've been flying for about 4 years, Brian. Flying for about 4 years prior to my accident. Like, and I want to get back up, but no, we fly for about 2.5, 3 hours at a time, easy. Are
you licensed to? Are you licensed to have a pass? Not for Tandem.
No. But I can arrange that.
The thing is, technically, if you buy your own wing, you don't need a license to fly.
You don't.
You can you can just buy your own wing and like on your red beer, basically on your red beer. If you don't know what you're fucking doing, rah. And the thing is, I think you do know what you're doing right up until the point where what happened to you happens, and you have the wing collapse. Like suddenly the air disappears. The air pressure enters a little pocket where there's no pressure. It deflates the wing collapses, and suddenly all.
There was a few reasons what led to my mistake. It was my own fault. I was flying a hot wing, which is a higher class wing. It might have been too big for me as well, and I hadn't got enough experience on it with.
So you didn't have enough weight. You didn't have enough weight. You weren't heavy enough, basically.
Yeah, it's a big wing, but I was quite heavy, so it was quite surprising. But then they're prone for collapsing, you know. But the wind had changed at that point, and I just done another beat across the ridge of the mountain to let the other guys land. And as I come across this one area, I turned a bit, and all of a sudden, the side of the wing, 50% of it collapsed. And I give too much input on the other side, so you're supposed to lean the opposite direction and give a little bit of brake, bit of input. But because I wasn't used to the wing, I overcompensated because I was used to flying my other wing, which was awesome. Right. But there we are. Live and learn, and I shall learn from my mistakes, and I will get back in the air. Can't wait.
Yeah.
I got a few videos.
How long's it been since?
2019.
Oh, so it's quite recent.
That's when I did my jump here. It was September 2019.
Oh wow!
I did the jump here. You must have seen the video. I've shown the videos a couple of times. Like we're going in there's the whole journey going on the way there. We're in this minibus, and I'm with this girl called oh crap.
I'll have to chase it up and have a look. But there's so many.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember what her name is, but anyway.
There's so many flying sites over here, so half the reason why I took it up, because I used to snowboard a lot before then, and obviously we just don't get the snow anymore.
You know, I've got a snowboard. Do you want to see my snowboard? Yeah, do you want to see it?
Have you?
I can't hear you for a second because
no worries.
But hang on.
Yeah, I love snowboarding. I was meant to go on a trip in January with the lads again, but I just couldn't afford it at the moment. Prices
I used to have a Sims wide boy.
Oh wow, Sims, man.
Yeah.
On the start, I shouldn't say that because Burton will say otherwise.
Yeah.
I have a Sims board. It's one of my first boards, but I bought that second hand.
Yeah, no, because I've got quite big feet, but I'm not that tall, so being short with big feet, it's ideally to have a wide board. Yeah. No, I used to do quite a lot of stuff. I used to a few little stuff for Sims years ago in a few of their little clips.
What is it? What makes that?
I got no fucking idea whatsoever, mate. I don't know. The snowboarder, mate. It's a really cool one. It's very expensive. I don't know. It's a couple of €100 worth. Like
Oh, not a lip check, is it?
So
You goofy.
So it's 300 euros.
No, I'm a
or something.
regular. I am actually. I can ride switch, so I can ride both ways.
No, yeah, I'd switch both, but I'm mainly goofy.
Yeah, that's meant to be cooler, isn't it?
I used to ride switch, so it might as well be regular.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm left foot. I'm left foot first. What is that?
Yeah, goofy.
Regular. No, left foot's regular.
Yeah, but I used
Is it?
to ride backwards.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's a Mandela effect
Constantly.
for me. So I did actually think I went goofy, and I was expecting you to say, "Yeah, that's goofy. Left foot first is goofy."
No,
Because do you know why? Do you know why? It's because back when I was a kid, back when I was a child, the left hemisphere of the brain was female. So if you went left foot first, you were a bit goofy because that's your female hemisphere.
Well, that's
That's
absolutely
why.
true.
So I swear that's a Mandela effect, man.
Well, because the tree of life is booby trapped. If you looked at the tree of life, you see the female down one side and the male down the other side, but in fact it's backwards and reversed. It has been for many, many years.
Oh, wow.
Not many people know that. So, you know.
I'm right-handed, but I eat left-handed.
Yeah, you know.
I'm right-handed, but
to a point.
I'm
on
ambidextrous with tennis. I'm right-handed, but I'm ambidextrous when it comes to tennis. And I can also use my mouse with my left hand, and I can type with my left hand. A little bit slower than my right hand, but I can't really write with my left hand. That is something that I want to do, because you can train yourself to write with your left hand. It's just it's like, oh fucking hell, this is hard work. Fuck that, man. Who writes anything now? Because with my right hand, I used to take pride over my handwriting. I wanted to have handwriting that was neat as my mum's, because my mum's handwriting is the sort of handwriting that you see. It's the sort of handwriting that they use in adverts and stuff. You know, she's got really beautiful handwriting. I could never get my handwriting that nice. Mine's kind of.
Mine's terrible.
Right.
I can't even read my own writing.
At the age of 6 or 7, I think every third or fourth Latin lesson was a calligraphy lesson. So you had to learn how to write and draw before you learned how to understand what you were drawing and writing.
That's my writing, like scribbly. Yeah. But I went through I tried all the different styles: slanting back, slanting forward, doing wide letters. You know, writing like the girls write. The girls in secondary school. Do you remember what girls in secondary school used to? Well, no, you're not quite the same generation. Actually, how old are you, Lee?
I'm 46.
You're a year older than me. So yeah, you would have seen it with your year. You would have seen it the way to go. How old are you, Squirrel?
49, 50 next year.
So you're a couple of years older. You
73.
you were leaving school when I was starting.
Yeah.
You were leaving secondary school when I was starting.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I was that kid with a mini.
Yeah. Well, you were the kid that I wish I was.
I was a sixth former with a mini who passed at 17 years old.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing, right? You were the lad that I looked at and thought, yeah, when I'm 16 and I've got my car, so when I'm 17, sorry, and I've got my car and I pass my driving, then I'm going to get the girls. My first car was gifted to me, but it was a Datsun Nissan Micra 1.1 Datsun Nissan. It was not a babe magnet machine. Like my mates had fucking Renault 4 turbos.
One
of my mates had a Renault 21 turbo, XR3Is, the Sierra 4x4, the fucking
Cosworth XR2, the little nippy one.
The XR2Is, right? They were good. They were good little rally cars as well.
You could fit them anywhere, mate. I mean, they were at the time there was no smaller car that was as fast as what it was.
But the Renaults, the turbos on the Renaults,
Renault 5
right?
GT
That
turbo.
Renault 4, on the Renault 4 turbo, right? It had the little cage, didn't it? And you had to put your foot down, you hear it whistling.
I had a mate who had he had a Mexico, the old Ford Escort, the Mark Ones.
RS Turbo, mate.
Oh, my mate, my cousin bought a Ford Mexico Mark One, and it was in mint condition, mate. It was like a 1970 something.
Wasn't orange.
Mint condition. No, I think it was yellow.
Right, because there was 3 or 4 colours: yellow, orange. There was a blue one as well.
Lady Freed is back with us, gentlemen. Oh, I think she's had a little bit to drink. Look. Only joke.
Another beast back then was the 2.8 injection for Capri.
Capri, yes. Oh, mate, that's what one of the lads down the end of the road had. We drove down to Bournemouth Beach in it. Me and my best mate sat in the back. There was like no room in the back, was there? It was like they were sort of like bucket seats in the back, but there was just no bloody room, like no leg room. And there was the windows were those. They weren't proper windows. They were just little pop-out windows.
Just wide, yeah, exactly.
All these cars we talk about now are just crazy money now.
They had
of course
fucking
they are,
engine on them,
yeah.
Bonkers.
Oh no, the 2-litre twin cam,
rear wheel drive as well.
Overheads, yeah, they were just rear wheel beasts, you know. Yeah, that was Sussex police.
Well, funny enough, now, right?
Suffolk
was white. And do you know what? We were playing. We are blasting out of the fucking stereo while we were driving through Bournemouth. Like with the lads smoking out the window, and we've got fucking Star Wars playing, like the Empire scene or something. We've got Star Wars blasting out.
Well, there was a hard trance version, I think it was. About 97, 98, something like that.
For me, that was in like 96,
7.
No, that must have been.
Do you remember the zigzags in Bournemouth?
It was when I lived in Tadley, so it was like 80. That was back in 80. 88, 89, or maybe it was around 95 when I drove. So, but no, I don't think I had my car. I wasn't driving yet when I went in his Capri. I wasn't driving yet, and I was like, "Yeah, I want to get one of them when I pass my license." And I passed my test. Sorry, Alex. Go on. I'm sorry. You tried to say something then, and I
the zigzag in Bournemouth to go down to the beach.
Oh.
Do you remember? Did you go down the zigzag? They're great to go down, but not so much fun to come back up.
And the toilets. Do you remember the toilets? I always remember the toilets, man. It's like, because you always go in with bare feet, and it's, what am I stepping in? There's this piss
my
around.
dad always said dig a hole on the beach and go to the toilet in there, and then
I just
cover it up.
I mean, basically, I only went into the toilet if I wanted number twos. No, I didn't see the point. I'd never seen it's the ocean, man. Okay, don't piss in the fucking swimming pool, in the local swimming pool, because you don't know if they've got that dye that changes colour when you piss in it, right? So get out and go and piss in the toilet when you're in the swimming pool. But when you're in the ocean, how many zillions of gallons of water out there? Cajillions of gallons, like. They wouldn't be able to tell us, would they? They could estimate it, but they wouldn't be able to tell us how much water is actually on this earth.
But how much sewage is still being pumped into the sea?
I don't know. There's a clip
how
on
much sewage is just being pumped into your fucking kitchen tap.
There's a clip on YouTube.
It's been run through UV lights. Don't worry. They've killed all the bugs and the bacteria, but there might be some AstraZeneca in there.
There's some drone footage of it's a Disneyland park with all the pools and the different zones, and the camera's coming down, and it's the over 60s pool, and it's not very clear water. You can see it's cloudy around all the groups of people. You think the drone just picks everything up, it's everything. You can't get away from it,
Do you know,
and there they are trying to
I
advertise, over 60s, jump in a pool of piss, join your friends, make some new friends.
It's one thing that I'll recognise about. It's one thing that I definitely recognise about this place, right? Tenerife. So when I got my water distiller before it broke, when it was working, like before I got it, I saw the state of Roxanne's water distiller in London when she was distilling water. After every single distillation, right from the very first one, what was left in the bottom of that pot was disgusting. And she said it smelt disgusting as well. It's this horrible blacky brown sludge every time, right? And I was thinking to myself, oh my God, what's mine going to look like? This is Tenerife, man. Like, this is basically Spain. You know what the water's like in Spain. The water in Majorca don't taste like water and all that, So, my God, it's going to be really bad. I didn't have to clean that thing for about 6 months.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, but other countries, they've got it sussed, Yet here we are with the over.
We're lied to in the UK, and I think they put a mind bug in our minds that we're going to get sick if we drink the water. Now, I'll be honest. In Portugal, when I drank the water in Portugal, the tap water, that did give me an iffy tummy. But I was thinking, I'm going to get an iffy tummy. I'm going to get an iffy tummy. I've drunk fucking water. I'm going to get an iffy tummy. And I've got an iffy tummy.
Placebo effect in reverse, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, if they didn't, I mean,
it's because your body's not used to it.
Maybe in Africa, maybe don't drink the water in Africa, the tap water,
When I was at my parents' last weekend, was it? I nipped up there, picked up some parts from Land Rovers, and I noticed in the kettle up there, it was blue, furry crap in the bottom of the kettle. Unbelievable. The water tastes different up there. Mad. Near Birmingham. So, it's crazy the difference. But when you think about it, right, there is no way they've changed all the pipes underneath all the roads and everything that we get fed either. So there's probably still old lead pipes that they're going through as well. I know they put shit in the water, but
I remember my mum telling me about 4 decades ago that they'd had a fair in London in Hyde Park, and they bought like loads of farm animals, and they wouldn't drink the water. They had to bring in special water for them to drink because they wouldn't touch it.
Wow, says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, exactly. That's why
I just left me a little present. It's obviously, it's 10 to midnight. Kanita's just left me a little present. Alfie's just looking at me as if to say, have you got any idea how much I need to have a piss? Do you have any idea? And I'm being good. Look, I'm just laid here in the bed. I'm not doing anything. I'm not. He's just gone and shat right in the middle of the floor, Dad. You're not gonna say anything to him. He's just taking a shit right in the middle of the floor, right in front of you, and you just picked it up, and like I can still smell it as well, Dad. I can still smell it. It smells like shit, Dad. If I did that, you wouldn't. You'd be really unhappy. And I'm like, and I'm thinking, dude, Alfie, you have taken a shit in the middle of the floor a couple of times, and I have never ever had a go at you about it. He's really good, man. He only does it when he really needs to go. Like, and if he's got a bad tummy as well, he really needs to go. And I've just kind of ignored him a little bit, and he's gone. Oh. Now I can recognize the sound when he starts walking round and round in circles, and I hear his little nails tapping as he's walking. It's like, oh shit, you really need to go, don't you? Right, let's go. But when he's just laid there, looking at me like, I'm waiting for you, you know. I'm waiting for you. Are we gonna go yet? Are you still talking? You love me, don't you? Yeah, I do love you, Alfie. Come up here. Come up and say hello. No, you don't need to go that bad because he's just laid there looking at me. Yeah, we'll go out in a little bit shortly. 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah, that's what I love. So there's not many people, right? There's not many people. You've got all these content creators, and they're really good. Like Tim Paul's really good. And actually, I reckon that probably they, in their group, could sit there and talk for hours about all kinds of stuff. But that's where we are. We can sit and just talk, and
flows, doesn't it?
It flows. The conversation flows organically, and everybody's got something meaningful, and insightful to contribute to the conversation. I appreciate it. I just very much appreciate it that I can have I can do a live stream on my own, but it's not on my own because I've got it's not the Wide Awake show. I suppose this is the Magic Treehouse, but this is the Magic Treehouse, not Mahia Sachawasi. That's
How
the
many
new.
still in chat?
Huh?
How many still in chat? I can't see them there.
I mean, we've got 25 people, and we've got Lizzo, Hippie Shake, DN, Arthur FE, Brian Evans, Plain Drifter, Shari Ives.
Yeah, we're going to all have to get together at some point when you come over, Rich. We have to have a rendezvous point where we can all meet up.
Shari's over in America, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So Shari won't be able to join us in the UK, but everybody that's in the UK. So who is that? That's Hippie Shake and Lizzo, Andrea, I think. Are you in the UK, Andrea, or are you in?
Yeah, I think she is. Brian.
Yeah, I think so. Brian, yeah.
Boy.
Martin, hopefully. Martin Liedker. Roxanne, obviously. Roxanne.
Yeah.
Mish. We'll meet up with Mish and Keith. And, the Goonies. All the English-based, UK-based Goonies. Alex, obviously. Goes without saying. Squirrel Sniper. Obviously, goes without saying. Everybody. Hopefully we can get everybody to go to London, come down to London. We'll come down and dogpile Alex.
Crash.
So you can make
up for that, Alex.
Stephen, get your insurance on my car, bud.
Like 10 people coming around and giving you a massive hug. Group hug, the 10 of us. Have you got enough room?
Space cakes.
No.
You don't?
This place is tiny. It's so small.
Right. You just mentioned space cakes.
Perfect.
You just mentioned space cakes, and that is a perfect transition into one of the things that I forgot I was going to talk about tonight. You got to see this, baby. You got to see this. Oh. Just a second. Get the picture up.
The suspense.
Dun, dun, dun.
Present the screen. Do you see what these are? Oh, no, you don't. You don't. Hang on.
I'll see everything.
There we go. Right. Right. Hang on.
Shrooms.
Very, very hallucinogenic shrooms. Like they've got a very high. You
I just
hallucinate.
realised what they were.
You thought they were something else, didn't you?
Yeah. So me and I don't have possession of these. These are in somebody else's possession, who happens to be cultivating them himself. But there's going to be quite a lot once it's all done. There's going to be quite a lot. So in a couple of weeks' time, or maybe a week or 2 weeks' time, myself and Who Are We are going to we're going to make a video. We're going to, at like 11 o'clock in the morning, we're going to chomp on some mushrooms on a maybe a hero dose of mushrooms. And we are going to document as much as we can.
Cool.
You know, as much as our vision will enable us. Hang on, hang on. Sorry, Alex, under that Illuminati confirmed sign there. But yeah, we're gonna.
I don't mind.
We're gonna go and
see
see the mushroom men. We're gonna go and see the mushroom men, man. I don't know if Who Are We still in? He was in earlier, but yeah.
Yeah, he was in earlier.
I've done mushrooms twice.
It's almost mushroom season.
I'll tell you what, right? He
Picking them up
sends
here.
me the best. This was a chemtrail being sprayed yesterday, I think, or that had been sprayed above him. And look at this. Not sure if it's humidity, but I think my bud grew legs.
What?
There's frogs. They're frogs.
Holy crap.
Good camouflage, eh?
Wow.
He sends right. Oh, that was the cloud that we were both looking at. We both looked at that cloud. He was seeing it from the side, and I was seeing it from a slightly different angle. Earth, Stardate 2022. And look, this is his yurt.
Nice.
Cool.
He's built. He's taking it down now, I think. But like, he's done some really fantastic work. Look at that. It's it's like a lingam. Actually, no, it's like a face. Look. That's so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's built a stove as well. He's like, there's an outdoor stone stove for, you know, cooking pizza and bread and whatever in. It's brilliant, man. He's really good at that sort of stuff. Really, really good. Pizza.
It's a Napolitan.
Yeah. So
I made a pizza bake the other day out of cauliflower, eggs, and cheese. Made the base and then put toppings on. No flour.
Do you know what I got a taste for, right? That I never ever thought. If you had told me when I was a child that I would have had a really good taste for this, I would have said, "Are you off your rocker?" Cauliflower cheese.
Oh, I love it.
Provided the cauliflower is cooked properly, like provided it's steamed cauliflower that's still crunchy, and it's cheese. It's not bechamel. I don't really like bechamel. I like it with it, like you can just put fucking cheddar on it, man. Just cauliflower cheese. Because I don't like fondue. I'm not a big fan of fondue. I like chocolate fondue. But
yeah, there's cheese. There's melted cheese, and then there's fondue, isn't there? There's
yeah.
You can't just have a meal of cheese. Surely not.
Oh,
It's like just
I
sitting
could,
down.
I could have a meal of just camembert and brie with a nice fruit julie, you know.
Gorgonzola. Oh, that's what I like.
Reminds me of.
It's a bit stinky for me, I think. Gorgonzola.
The taste is amazing.
It is stinky though, isn't it?
No,
Doesn't it smell? No. Or is it garlic?
Danish blue.
I like,
Oh,
I like garlic.
No,
I like Rouillard. Rouillard, sorry. Or Rouillé, yeah, whatever it is. It's got like sort of seeds. It's like garlic cheese wrapped up with seeds in the middle of it, isn't it? So it's like a spiral.
Really?
Oh, lovely.
I remember
fucking
that.
lovely, mate.
I don't
Bloody
think it's
gorgeous.
got herbs. It's got herbs. It hasn't got seeds. I don't remember having
Well,
seeds.
yeah, herbs or pepper or whatever. Something in
Oh.
there, like. I just mean like, you know, like gritty bits. That's what I mean when I say I'm just trying to get the you know. But they're nice gritty bits. They're not, you know, it's not like sand when you're eating cockles.
Yeah, no, I don't do any fruit. I don't do any vegetables.
What?
You just meat and potatoes.
Yeah, a little bit of fish. Yeah, I just
brilliant video today, mate.
Not too much
What?
Fish. I don't really like
A
fish.
guy, like he had a Russian or like an Eastern European name, but that could have been like, you know, a part of near China or something, because it's just looked like a Russian name, but he didn't look necessarily Russian, and he was right on a shoreline. He was staying in a tent in the woods, and it just said, "I live by the sea." And it was just basically a well-produced video of him waking up in the morning, gathering all his stuff together, walking down to the beach, getting down to the beach, putting his wetsuit on, getting his spear gun out, going out fishing, but he didn't have an underwater camera, so doesn't film the fishing, but he comes back with a fuckload of fish, and then descales them. Like he's got like 8 fish or something, descales them, fillets them, cuts them all up, and he's got a barbecue grill thing, you know, that you can put the fish in and it closes and you clamp it up. Does that, and then lights a fire, puts it on the fire. He's built this thing out of stone, puts it on the fire, cooks them, and then eats them. And it's just, you know, it's just all these static shots of the sea lapping up and everything. It's bloody idyllic, man. But you can see he's picking the bones out while he's eating it. But it's literally, he just cooks it over an open fire, like logs, little logs, and then eats it. And I'm sat there, my stomach's rumbling, and I'm like, "Oh my god, that looks fucking amazing!" I'd pick the bones out. Fuck it, that looks amazing. Just living on fish that you've just caught with this spear gun, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody was making a crab apple jelly, and they were talking about it in the Magic Tree House. And they set up a craving. Who was that? Was that you, Lee?
No, it wasn't me. I can remember.
I think it was Calistoga refried or the other one. I can't remember. But somebody was making it, and it just set up a really massive craving in me. So now I bought crab apple jelly. You can see it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That's quite a funny synchronicity.
That's 4 I've bought. 4. I've eaten 2 already, and those are the next 2 that I've bought with cash shell blue cheese.
That's quite a synchronicity, right? I watched today. I watched that guy enjoying a ration pack, right, from Russia. This standard ration pack from Russia, and I'll tell you what, it looked really good. It was like a hash, like a meat hash thing that he cooked. He did it all the way you should do it, and it was like, man, that's not going to cook it properly, but it fucking did. And it came with these vegetables, and it came with this jelly, an apple jelly, and it was like dark apple. It looked dark, and he squeezed it all out, and he was eating it on the crackers, and he was like, damn, that's real good, man. Hell, that's real tasty. No, he didn't say hell, because it was actually, he prayed before he started eating. He wasn't the sort of man would have said hell. He wouldn't have cussed like that on YouTube. It was much far more refined than myself. But yeah, just the jelly, the apple jelly, and I had a little craving for apple jelly today. I was like, oh mate, that looks good as well. Like everything that he ate, it was like, mate, that looks thoroughly enjoyable. That entire meal looks thoroughly enjoyable.
Well, allegedly the best army rations come from Switzerland.
Oh, sehr, see, the Swiss.
During the Second World War,
the Vatican, so
the British troops realised they need to get friends with the Swiss because they had the best food.
They got cigarettes
as well,
and stuff.
you know.
They got cigarettes and chocolate and stuff in their packs, I think. They got all.
I think that was where half of the bootleg stuff actually came through. You know, it was supplied to them. You know, whoever had the money.
My uncle Steve, Major Steve Shergold from the Royal Engineers, when he retired from the army, he gave me a shitload of ration packs. And the best thing about the ration packs was the chewing gum and the chocolate. And the chocolate, like it was the food was designed to bung you up, and then the chocolate
was to make you dessert. Yeah,
to make you get rid of it.
Yeah,
like, and it was always like chocolate, mixed fruit and nut and stuff, and I did a survival week on Salisbury Plain, and we lived on rations for a week, on army rations for a week. But they were like rations from the 1980s, and we were in the 90s.
Yeah. The old corned beef.
Oh, I love a bit of corned beef hash.
Yeah.
Just corned beef and potato.
And then, yeah,
an onion. Corned beef, potato, and onion. An egg. Smash it, crack an egg on it, or 2 eggs is better actually, and just mix it all up. Fucking raw. Oh,
So
you're making me hungry, man.
That's the best in the valleys. In the valleys, Rich, corned beef pie. That's what they love to make.
Yeah, I like a bit of corned beef pie as well, but that's the same sort of thing. It's still corned beef and potatoes, isn't it? Corned beef and tatties. Yeah.
I remember
I've
I had
had
a viewing at the beauty boarding house, and it was a young man who was from the north, and he was saying to me about how he liked to make Sunday pie. And I was like, what's Sunday pie? He was like, Sunday pie is baked beans and a bit of bread, and then you put some cheese on it. And I was like, okay. And my man really thought he would be the best person to move in because, you know, you're not going to talk about that. But Sunday pie, not really. And anyway, I asked him if he wanted to move in, but he said no.
So, do you know one of the best quick snacks? A couple of bits of bread, melt some cheese on it, then Branston pickle and baked beans, and then slap it together like a sandwich. Fucking amazing, absolutely amazing. Or just melted cheese, like a grilled cheese sandwich, but with Branston pickle, and have it when it's hot, so the Branston pickle goes hot. It's fucking lovely, man. It tastes amazing.
A little
Absolutely
bit of
amazing. But do you know what? I don't have a grill
really
and I don't have a toaster. I've got no way to toast my bread. Do you know how fucking bad that is? An English man wants to toast his bread.
Have you got a cooker?
Let my toast on my side.
Have you got a cooker?
I've got hobs. The cooker's no good.
Okay, well, if
We
you've
can't,
got
like the electrics here are so
put
limited.
bread in
that-
a dry frying pan on the hob, and it will toast it on both sides.
Oh,
if you just flip
gosh,
it over.
listen to you.
Yeah.
Hark
No,
at you. Like, put it on really hot.
Yeah.
That's an absolute, I can't believe I didn't think of that myself. I'm
Yeah,
quite
my son
ashamed.
taught me how to cook fish. not that I didn't know how to cook fish before. When he first did it in my house, I thought he was going to set the whole house on fire, and I nearly went sick.
God.
And then I tasted the fish that he made, and it was like, oh my God, this is the best fish I've ever tasted. I'm never cooking it again. You're in charge of cooking fish now. And what he did was he put it in, you have a dry pan, and then you take brown paper and you wrap the fish in brown paper, and you just put that into the, do you know what I'm talking about, Squirrel Sniper?
Yeah.
No, I don't, but I can imagine
When
what
I
it's
saw
doing.
it, I thought, oh my God, because the paper will catch light.
It's making the fish cooking its own.
Set
The fish
fire.
is cooking its own juice, basically, without any sort of
You're not
without any
inducing it
contact
with anything
that
else.
metal.
Yeah.
It's like broiling it
Mm.
in its own juices.
It's as if you're putting it above a barbecue just through a stick. You know?
Yeah.
I think barbecuing is a man thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't interfere or offer any advice on barbecuing.
But I have
That
made
is
a few.
so
I have
man
made a
thing.
few ovens.
Let them get on with that.
Hey, I'll make the concession that there are some women that are pretty good. You know, they know what they're doing. They're just as good as men. Some women are just as good as men, but
just not
it is really traditionally a man's job.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like carving the turkey or the chicken, the man's job.
Carving the meat, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to watch it. For Christmas,
I've had this
his
brilliant
girlfriend,
idea.
and I got to watch him for the first time ever. He carved the turkey. I wasn't there because I wanted to spend one Christmas, because I'm 52, so I'm the oldest of the group. I'm 52 in April, so I'm 51 at the moment, 51 and 3/4. And it was just really nice watching him, be the man and do the carving. And he did it beautifully. I was really impressed. I was so proud.
So
I just have to clap on him.
I've spent every Christmas alone since 2009. It's just me.
How many years is that?
And
How many years is that?
13.
Wow. Unlucky or lucky for some.
But this Christmas, I won't be spending alone. This Christmas, I think I'll hopefully, if all goes well, if all goes the way we want it, the way we sort of intend it, the way we hope that it will go, the way we pray and try and visualize it will go, me, Kev, and Sarah will be together in Ecuador for like New Year. Christmas, probably Sarah's going to be with her family at Christmas, but I'll spend Christmas in Ecuador with Kev and his family in Ecuador, and Frank and his family and stuff. So, and the Quechua people and all of that. I'll be in Ecuador for Christmas this year. That's the plan. That's what I'm hoping. With the dogs, like Alfie and Canito with me as well in Ecuador. Me, Alfie, and Canito all in Ecuador.
What about the cat?
No, he's going to stay here. He was a feral cat, right? When I got here, when I moved in, he was feral. He lived out on the streets, except he didn't live on the streets because he's made friends everywhere. Because he used to be a house cat. And somebody just abandoned him about 10 years ago or something. I don't know how long ago it was, but somebody just abandoned him. And so he went and made friends. And he's had a few babies around. And then he got his balls wrapped up with blue elastic fucking bands.
Oh.
And it still looks like he's got balls, but they say that they did him. Juan was the guy that took him to the vet to get him done. My friend Juan, who feeds all the stray cats here. So Juan knew him as a stray cat, as a feral cat, who'd come to, when he was feeding, he'd come up there and get fed. And he became a house cat because Anna, she had a little kitten, and then somebody killed the kitten by accident. Somebody slammed the door, and the kitten was in the doorway when they slammed the door, broke the kitten, like smashed the kitten's spine or its hips, and basically it died from its injuries. And she was devastated. And about that time, Ruby started sniffing around. And they'd already kind of given him this name of Ruby. She'd already called him Ruby. She already called him Ruby. And so she decided to adopt Ruby. And she enticed him into her room and then closed all the windows and the doors and didn't let him out for a month. And every time he escaped out of the door, when she opened the door, I'd help her get him back. The thing is, he'd escape out of the door, but he wouldn't run that far. And I'd always be able to catch him. And he never fought back. He just went limp when I picked him up. So it was like, it was sort of a half-hearted, you know?
Yeah.
He went for it, but he didn't really go for it because he knew that he was getting fed and it was somewhere warm to sleep every night. And she loved him loads, you know? She gave him lots of affection and love and care and attention. And then when basically the day that she went into hospital, he just started coming in my room. Well, no, he'd started coming in my room a few days before. I woke up one morning, he was asleep on the end of the bed, and I'm like, wow, Ruby, wow, man, fuck, I'm honoured. No way, you snuck in the middle of the night and you're asleep on the end of my bed. That's fucking awesome, man. He got in through the window.
Intuition. He knew.
You know, and then she gets taken into hospital, and he just came straight into my bed. And then he stopped, like he was a couple of nights he didn't come in, and then suddenly Anna turned up again. And so he went back in with Anna, and then he came in every now and again. He come into my room, and then he started coming in my room every night again. And then Anna went into hospital again, and that was it. She died after that. Like it was this year that she died in the end, but she was in hospital for a few months before she died.
They're very good at that sort of thing, cats. Harry, in my last house, he used to keep an eye on everyone, and he would always take it in turns to sleep in people's rooms. And when people came and they had nerves or, you know, they felt anxious or anything, he would always spend the night with them. And one guy, he probably was nervous and everything, but he came in to see me in the kitchen after like the first or the second night of his, you know, sojourn with us, and said, Harry really scared me because I didn't realize that I'd left the window open, and he came in the middle of the night, and I woke up to find him standing on my chest and just looking at me. And that's made me feel really nervous. And I was like, well, he's just making sure you stay on your best behavior. You know,
I've always had a really special relationship with cats and dogs, and it's like I spent like 16 years really, really depressed, thinking about dying every day and all that, and I just always, cats would always come over and lay on me and purr, and you know, and I just always, and dogs as well, have always been chill with me. And they know, man, way more than, well, they can see it. They can see how we're sort of vibrating, you know. Yeah, they know when you're no danger. They know when you're going to be absolutely no danger to them. And you know, you're not. They can tell people. That's why if I see, you know, if somebody's really good with animals, and it's not because they've disciplined them, you know, like because they've got a couple of Rottweilers that they've fucking beaten into guard dogs. I'm talking about people that have got just animals, have got a natural affinity with animals. I'll trust them.
Yeah.
Can I just say, you know what the difference between a Rottweiler and a Jewish mother? Do you know the difference?
Go on.
A Rottweiler will eventually let go.
I knew it. You know what? I bloody knew it, and I couldn't remember it in time.
You've got that look.
I had a
It's that my
Rottweiler
dad's
growing up as a
DNA keeps
child.
coming out. You know, every time somebody will mention something that my dad would have a joke about, I have to say it.
The old joke years ago was, "What's this?" That's a Rottweiler coming home from the park.
The thing is, though, Rottweilers got a really bad deal. They got demonized. Rottweilers are the soppiest dogs. They are affectionate and soppy. They're only protective. They're protective of their.
They were bred in Germany for herding cattle, for bovine. Originally, that's what they were designed for, was to herding moving big cattle.
They're still herding the cattle.
We had one
appreciate
for a
that
guard
comment,
dog.
Plane Drifter. Sorry, Squirrel. I appreciate that comment, mate. Thank you very much. I absolutely agree. We've got an absolutely fantastic community here, and it's like it's a nice, small, little, intimate community, and I like that because we get to, connect.
Exactly.
We're the lucky ones, you see. Think of all these people with all their millions of subscribers. I mean, they've got so much, thing, and they've got to come up every time with something. They can't just come up.
They have to become. They have to become that YouTuber, that YouTube content creator that is kind of not a normal person anymore. They're kind of been put on this pedestal. They've stepped up onto this pedestal where they have to conform to certain.
Look at Mr. Beast. My son was telling me when he first started out, it was just in his little room, and it was, literally just in his bedroom. And now he's had to buy a $17 million warehouse to be able to do 6 videos every single day to keep up with his
supply and demand.
Exactly. He won't make 27. Trust me. He'll be picked out.
I love pit bulls as well, by the way. I absolutely love pit bulls. I love all dogs. Do you know what? I used to have this thing about English, is it English Mastiffs? Or English Bull Terriers. They look a bit like a horse head. Their head is a bit like a horse's head, right?
I love
and
them.
I used to think, oh my God, they're ugly. But one day, my sort of just my perception of them and everything completely changed because I saw how loving, how much personality and character they've got. They're really fucking cool dogs, man.
Yeah.
They are really cool dogs.
I love them.
Dogs.
I do.
I used to really dislike small dogs until my mum got little Archie, and Archie was my best mate. Like after my car accident, Archie was my best friend. He was like with me all the time, and he's a brilliant little miniature schnauzer. So he was cute he was like intelligent. He had a little personality, and he was brilliant. And that said, after that, I was like, do you know what? Small dogs are actually really cool. And so now, like little Canito, who's smaller than the cat, and a proper little yappy, growly type dog with other dogs and stuff. And if he doesn't trust somebody,
they've got some big egos.
I love him to bits, man. I love him to bits because his ego's huge. He thinks he's he looks like a mini Rottweiler, mini Doberman. Sorry, he looks like or maybe he's got the Doberman, sort of, the colouring. It just looks like a really cute little baby one,
What's that noise? The dog wagging its tail.
Again. Oh my God! It smells like you are. Oh Jesus! You really needed it, didn't you?
Oh yeah. It's a Chihuahua Doberman.
He's a little Chihuahua. I don't know what sort. No, he just looks. He's so cute. Your microphone's gone really weird. Just plug in your things again. That's gone really weird. Can you hear that? Can you hear what she's saying? It's got like a really high-pitched robot, really quiet, high-pitched robot. Go out and come back in again. And I'm just going to get some tissue to clean up this. Oh, God, that stinks. Jesus, such a small dog, mate. Wow.
Oh, it was Richie's tapping away noise. No, weren't it? It was
No,
Alex.
it was Alex.
Alex, yeah.
Yeah, I grew up with a Chihuahua. Well, had a couple of Yorkshire Terriers. First of all, when I was really, really small, but when I was probably about 5 or 6, we had a Yorkshire Terrier puppy, and that was kind of, you know, a first kind of adventure of pets, really. And then we went on to a Chihuahua when I was a little bit older, so I was about 8 or 9, with the Yorkshire Terrier, and the pair were an absolute nightmare between the pair of them. And then the Yorkshire Terrier died, and we ended up getting a puppy Rottweiler with the old Chihuahua.
Oh my God!
An old Chihuahua growing up with a pup, which is getting bigger and bigger every single day. And, you know, I could have this little Rottweiler in the palm of my hand when I first had him. You know.
Wow.
You could see the difference, but in the end, Heidi, her name was, she got to about 11, about 10.5 stone. She was big girl. She was a big girl. She was a big sow. And
can you see the size of the paws when they're a pup? How big they're going to be as well, can't you?
oh yeah, no, huge. Yeah, absolutely huge. You know. But she was so intelligent. She desperately wanted a command because she was a working dog. You know, she wanted to be command, and she learned not to bark, and she barked on command as well. We had a good session of barking where she would bark constantly. I'd let her bark constantly, but then she'd learned also to be stealth because she was a guard dog. So she learned not to give the game away. You know, which is the whole point of it. When we first moved into a big house in the countryside, we got burgled within the first kind of couple of years.
Oh, no way.
So my parents thought, well, you know, we'll get a dog and we'll get it trained up by, it was the first police officer that had introduced the Rottweilers into the police force back in the late 80s. Roy Hunter was his name. Never forget him. He was amazing. He was a complete dog whisperer. He could tell a dog what to do just with, you know, hand signals and whatever, you know. Give him a dog for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, as long as it's at the right kind of stage of the dog's life, you know, and he'll want to work. He's a working dog, you know. That's what they were designed for in the first place. They are wild. They do have a wild streak in them. Every dog's got a wild streak in them, you know. But
there's a gorgeous mastiff upstairs, big mastiff, brindle, really strong brindle,
but so gentle.
Beautiful. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. I mean, so much strength, much strength. Like, and when he not good with other dogs.
No.
So,
well, some of them aren't pack animals, you know. They are man's best friend, you know. But some of them are integrated into pack animals, and those dogs know that the man is still also the top of the pack. That's the difference. It's when the dogs don't have a human as the top of the pack. That's when they go back to their hunting.
You know what I love, right?
Got to know the lead.
The guy that's walking him, right? The guy that's walking him is this Italian guy. He's only short. He's a coke dealer, and the dog is to protect them. Right. So he's walking with a dog. Me, I've got absolutely no fear of that dog at all. And I could see the look on his eyes, like, oh, all right, mate, who are you? And so I just got up and just started, you know, like I was just giving him a stroke and a pet. Like, you beautiful, guapo, oh, guapissimo. And the guy was like, a little bit nervous. He was saying to the dog, you know, this is a friend. He's a friend.
Yeah.
Friend, amigo.
You get instant respect from him.
I'm just like, I know. It's cool that you're saying it. You don't need to say it, man. He knows. He knows. He's cool. Me and him are cool, man. You know. But the thing is, it's like when my tone of voice changes, that's when Alfie, you know, he's like, and the way he looks at me is like he is terrified of me, and I'm like, rah, dude, I've never even raised a hand to you. Why are you so scared? It's purely my tone of voice.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the same with Cosmo. He's quite a big dog. I take him out. I've got the golden retriever here. He's a very alpha dog. Out of all the pack that we've got him from, is the biggest. We have a little get together with all the other dogs occasionally, and we go to this place where we let them all off in this field, and they all have a good run around. And he's the biggest, and all the other dogs want to fight him, and he'll stand his ground, and he's just, you know, he'll dance around all of them. And when I take him out and I let him to go in front of me, he is the alpha dog, and he wants to pull me all the time, and I have to keep telling him, you know, I allow him because he wants the scent, he wants to go off. I have a 10-meter lead for him, and he goes off into the ivy and into, you know, where all the rabbits have been, and he's having a good sniff. But as soon as another dog comes, he's alert, and he wants to make sure that I'm safe instantly, and he's on command, and he gives a little, not a bark, but a little growl, just to make sure the other dog knows that he's there. And I see this all the time. And as soon as I step in front of him, he then becomes a completely different dog. And I don't have to say anything. He just then sits down and does that. But if I don't, anything could happen, and he's there. He's straight away, you know. And I have to pull him back. You know, if the other dog starts yapping at him, he thinks he wants to fight with him. You know, so I step in, and it's just him. It's just the dog, and I can't get that out of him. I don't want to get out of him because that's him. You know.
I've been
and he's just such a beautiful dog with my kids. You know, he's amazing.
My mate Barry back in the UK, he's got a gorgeous, not pit bull, Staffy. Gorgeous Staffy, right? But
so sloppy, man.
Absolutely perfectly trained. The most affectionate, sweetest dog in the world. But if he said attack him, he'd do exactly what he said.
My wife grew up with Staffies,
and he didn't mistreat him. He didn't mistreat him to train him like that.
No.
It was just absolutely.
It's because
totally
you've given him a command. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was told to.
Exactly. But with I mean, it's different with Cosmo. Because he's that alpha. He's so cheeky. He's so young as well. You know, and because I used to take him out with me, being a tree surgeon.
Golden retrievers are quite interesting dogs. We had two in the family. We had two. They are golden retrievers and Labradors. Or actually, no, maybe it's Labradors. Labradors are the most dangerous out of all dogs. Most dangerous if you mistreat them.
Yeah.
Sure. They switch if you mistreat them. Golden retrievers are typically the family friendliest dogs. They are the best dogs to have with a family. I just remember like Buster and Wurzel, they were, and they were just the best dogs in the world, man.
And the cats, they climb up onto him and they fall asleep on him, you know.
They were amazing, so loyal and love it. Absolutely amazing.
A nightmare when you had to brush them, like for the summer, when you had to brush their undercoat out, and like it was like two 40-liter dustbin bag sacks full of his bloody hair, and it'd take 4 hours. You know, you just constantly,
Well, we've all got long hair in this family, so hair's not an issue.
That's the best thing about Alfie. Alfie's fucking hypoallergenic.
Yeah, yeah.
But I have to get him clipped. He looks much better now. He's such a good boy. He's in my bed. In my bed with his head on my pillow.
A mixed poodle Labrador.
Sorry. Say that again.
A friend of mine's got a poodle Labrador.
A Labradoodle. A
Yeah,
Labradoodle. They are awesome dogs as well.
Amazing temperament. I mean, very scatty, very.
Like Portuguese water
it runs
dogs.
and it doesn't realise how fast its legs are going, and then when it stops, it like skids. It doesn't know how to stop, and it's like it's Scooby Doo. It literally
Alfie
is.
does that. That's Alfie, mate.
Yeah,
that is Alfie.
yeah.
Because Alfie's
Too fast
he's
for
a
his own-
Bichon. He's a Bichon cross with a poodle. Right. That's
yeah.
what they told me. Bichon cross with a poodle. So he is like Scooby Doo. His legs go so fast, he wheel spins, and then he's off like a fucking rocket, mate.
Yeah.
But then he wants to completely change direction and come back the other way. So he literally four paw drifts.
Yeah.
And you hear him like runs, and then wheel spins back the other way, or paw spins back the other way. It's brilliant, mate.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's like, oh great, I don't have to clip your nails.
Right. Yeah, years ago when my Yorkshire Terrier was getting blind and deaf, it would still have these mad 5 minutes, and it would use all of its exercise through the day, and it would run this course all the way through the house, and it would know all where the chairs were, and it was really exciting to see. And, yeah, mad 5 minutes, and his youthfulness kicked in all for a second, and then it went back to being an old man again, Pour me dramas. Give me another stroke. Yeah.
Like that when I go up with my parents, the dog's the same up there. Holly, she's a Springer Spaniel, and I love winding her up. So I'll go up to her, I'll give her a cut, get her head in a headlock, and like this, and she just goes, and she's wild. My mother's like, please stop winding the dog up. It's great to see. Love it.
So, listen, guys, because we're talking about our pets and our dogs and how much we love them. I just want to let everybody know Sarah's just lost her dog, JB. So I don't. Hopefully she won't mind me showing this a little bit without messaging.
No, I'm sure.
This is like not that long ago, I don't think, when she was still able to run.
Yeah.
So she went on Sarah and Kev went they went to the coast, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they spent 2 weeks on the coast, and unfortunately she deteriorated while they were there. She just kind of basically lost the will to live, or to get up, to do anything. And they made the decision when Sarah got back, they made the decision best thing would be to take her to the vet and let her pass peacefully, rather than because she got such a kink in her spine. She couldn't walk, she couldn't get up, she was in pain all the time. And she had a bed sore. She had basically a real big bed sore that Sarah suddenly discovered, and it was like, oh my God, it's got that bad. Like she can't even move. She's getting bed sores. So it was like, yeah, now's the time. So it's been.
You can't prolong the inevitable,
No, she was 18. She was 18 years old. She was treated badly. She was a sled dog, and she was treated badly. So, Sarah prolonged her life.
In that last video, you wouldn't have
Sarah gave her the best life.
Exactly.
No, she gave her the best life, and like the last few months, Sarah has been basically, her life has revolved around JB. As she's gradually got worse, her life's just revolved around her. She's been doing laundry all day because JB was incontinent. So, she was always messing. She had to wear nappies, and she had to be. It was, patience. Needed patience to coax her outside, and really slow walking around. She had difficulty walking. She got disorientated. She had dementia as well. It turns out the vet said she sounds like she had dementia. And like she was putting herself into really weird positions, getting trapped in weird positions that was just making her spine worse. And she was getting confused, and just laying there crying because she's so confused. She can't move, and she's stuck in this, got up against the wall in this really weird position. And it would need Sarah to come and gently lift her up and get her out of the position, and so that's what she's been doing for the last couple of months. It's been really difficult, for Sarah, just because she lost all her freedom, she became her carer. She became her 24-hour, 24/7 carer, getting up at 3, staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning, getting up early still to change her and take her outside, and so she gave her the best last 2 weeks of her life. It was the best. She went to she smelt the sea. She took her to the beach, laid her on the beach. We showed the video of her on the beach. Do you remember? We showed the video of her on the beach.
Peaceful for her.
So it was sad. It's been sad times, but Sarah is, she was ready for it. It was time, and she knows, she says she can feel her. She can feel us, but she's out there running around. She's having the best time now, so it's all good.
Full moon as well now, so it's a new start.
Yeah, And on that note, gents, it's just coming up to 1:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
My sleep pattern's gone right out.
The day gone?
My sleep pattern's gone crazy. I've not gone to sleep before last night it was about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning before I finally went to sleep. I had my eyes closed. I was laid in bed with my eyes closed for like fucking 2 hours. Just laid there like thinking about stuff, listening to South Park on the computer, and because I've always got something on. I've always got something playing like South Park or Lost or Futurama or something. I should probably turn it off, but it's just
I fall asleep listening to Bob Ross.
It takes my mind off the ringing. If I'm not listening to that, then all I can hear is this ringing.
Just I can
crazy. Pushkin's just come back just in time because I am. Listen, what I'm basically saying is I'm ready to wrap up now, gents. It's the same time for all of us. How crazy is that? I'm in Tenerife, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You're all in the UK. I'm in Tenerife. Brian, you're in the UK. Yeah, it's full moon tomorrow, right? Officially, it's a full moon tomorrow, but for us, Sunday. It is tomorrow.
Now. It is
for
now,
us.
really.
It is tomorrow. For us, it is Sunday. Sorry,
Yeah.
Sherry. It's still Saturday
Some
for
people
you.
are in the future.
But we're 45, 12:45.
How are we in the future compared to them? Who makes this shit up? That's what I don't understand.
We're only in the future according to the clock.
Exactly.
It's now for all of us.
But
It's
whose
now
clock?
for all of us, though.
Who's
Well,
clock
for the
is
Greenwich
that?
Mean Time, it's the Greenwich Mean Time.
International
It's according
dateline.
It's
Yeah, but
according
why?
to the national date. Yeah, Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah.
Bloody.
Bollocks.
But they only did that for commerce, right? They did that to be able to cut time up and be able to put monetary value to it, to be able to,
Exactly.
and for commerce as well, to be able to sync up.
So that's
delivery,
down the 0 degree longitude. Is that right?
It's all to do with the moon, isn't it? The moon
Lo-
and the
lo-
sun.
On the 0
yeah,
degrees longitude.
Latitude is this way, isn't it? Latitude is this way, and longitude is this way.
Longitude is that way. Well, funny enough, the
It don't work on a flat Earth, does it?
there is
No,
a
it
plaque
doesn't.
only 200 meters from me on the side of a stone wall that says that this point is the 0 degrees longitude.
They moved it. They moved.
Right.
Like when they announced Greenwich Mean Time would be the basically the compass point or whatever for the time. They moved it. It wasn't always great. It wasn't where it is now. It wasn't in Greenwich. Somewhere else. Don't know how far they moved it, but
will they say that?
There's another one just north of here.
It's 9:45 in Oz, in Brisbane.
In the evening.
9:45 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Good morning to you, Truth Seeker.
Yeah,
It's coming
further
up
in the future.
10 to 1 here in Tenerife and in the UK. So I just want to say thank you very much. Alex, anything you want to say before we sign off? Since you've just got back on and just sat there quietly.
Say, but as we're finishing, I'll save it for the next one.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, at least we get to see your beautiful face before we go to bed.
Yeah.
You just dropped off again, disappeared without even saying goodbye. So it's good that you come back to say goodbye.
It's my phone.
Yeah.
I can't use the microphone and charge it at the same time.
Oh.
And I didn't know that it was going to be sleeping and whatever. So it didn't have enough charge in it, and my phone is on assault where it won't allow itself to charge in a frequent.
You know what?
Way.
This was
Lightning
pushed
charge
first by
every
iPhone. iPhone making it so you like with that speedy bloody USB.
No, everything's got built-in obsolescence. Everything.
Yeah. But it's so that they get everybody onto Bluetooth, because if you use Bluetooth earphones, you can charge your phone. Or get one of those magnet, like those just sit on, if your phone is one that can charge with a contact charger, which get really bloody hot. But anyways, guys, I am gonna wrap up. Thank you very much, everybody in the chat. You've been awesome, as Plain Drifter said. Thank you for making Plain Drifter feel like in a cool place.
One thing. Anybody in the UK around November, contact Richie, give him an email, and see if you want to meet up.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep, thank you. And just if anybody can help out a little bit with any funds sent to basically anything sent to my Tippy stream or to the GoFundMe will go towards the cost of me flying me and the dogs and my computer and my guitar and my stuff to the UK. It's gonna cost probably around $1,000 or something. I don't know. That's just to pluck it out of the air. Not more than $1,000 for me and all the dogs and everything. Probably way less. Probably way less than $1,000. And I'm probably setting my sights really high on that one. But yeah.
But then you've got to get to Ecuador as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the next stage. We've got to do it in steps, haven't we?
Yeah.
So we're basically, this is a leap of faith, taking a step like Indiana Jones, taking a step out, the step of faith. It's not a leap, is it? Boy, he does actually sort of leap a little bit because he falls because it's a little bit lower. That's just buggery, in it. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to build it. They didn't have to put it like 6 inches lower than where he was stepping off of. Because if they had put it at the same level, he would have stepped out cool as a fucking cucumber. But they deliberately did that this year, make him feel like they're going to fall. Yeah, that'll be funny. Oh, God, it still smells like shit. Anyway, Squirrel, anything you want to say before we go?
No, just everyone have a lovely evening and don't get caught up in too many dramas. Everything's
don't engage.
Yeah, exactly. Have a laugh. Make sure you have a good laugh at anything. And yeah, be good.
And have a good
Alex?
cry if you need that.
Well, that's
Alex?
in the crying and that's in the laughing as well, because when you laugh that hard,
cry with laughter.
Exactly.
Cry with laughter. I do that a lot.
That's the best crying.
When I'm really laughing hard, my eyes are pissing like a fucking cartoon. Like I am crying.
Well, that's magic. That's actually, the tears of a laughing sorrow. You don't get that from anywhere else.
Your stomach.
What's a guitar riot cat?
The middle of both the mask of comedy and tragedy. Pathos. Right in the middle.
I'm going to come and have a jam with you, Lizzo.
Yeah.
I'm going to come and have a jam with you because you are a guitarist. You are a good guitarist. You're a fucking excellent guitarist, to be fair.
Looks like we got to trip the lantern.
Way better than me. But what? So, what is it? What's it meant to say? If that's
you can have
a guitar.
You can have.
Oh, just a guitar I can have, or a guitar something, so like an accessory, guitar accessory. Like, is that like one of those stands?
I think it's a typing error.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but is it a typing error because it's meant to be a different word, or is it a typing error? It was a word that isn't meant to be there, and it's just saying I've got a guitar you can have.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to work out. But dude, that's awesome. But that would mean I'm taking 2 guitars to bloody Ecuador. So we just have to see. Oh, mate, that's fucking awesome. Is it acoustic? Is it an acoustic guitar? I'll tell you what, if it's something like a Martin or a Taylor or a Guild, then I will leave my Takamine with you. You can have this baby, because I won't be able to take. It's like 2 guitars to Ecuador. I'll have to take yours, the one that you give me, if you're going to give me a guitar. But yeah, what is it? Acoustic, semi-acoustic? I mean, electroacoustic. What is it? A semi-acoustic or an electroacoustic? They're the same fucking thing. Oh, wow, dude! I've never had an electric guitar. Maybe I just have to make room for an electric guitar to go to Ecuador. They're a lot, they're flatter. They weigh a bit more, but they're flatter. They're easier. They've got the flight cases for them are much better. That's fucking amazing, mate. That is amazing.
Just have to have a solar powered amplifier.
You'll be excited now. Yeah, just need an amplifier. But that would be cool because I want to do live gigs in Ecuador, so I'm gonna have to get a amplifier there anyway for my electroacoustic. So because this plugs in. Do you want to listen before we go? Just last thing before we go. Today I was I've been listening to this song that it's a little bit embarrassing that I like this song as much as I do, right? I mean, I like this song to the point where it's actually brought tears to my eyes listening to it. It's the chorus. When she's singing the chorus, there's something about how it's done, how they've produced it. It brings tears to my eyes. I fucking love it. So I really wanted to sing it. And I haven't sung for ages. And I was saying about how I haven't performed since fucking August last year. And so this morning I sat here and I worked it out. And then I gradually I got my capo. And because singing it in her key, I can't sing it in the original key. I can't get that high.
Yeah.
But I can sing it in the lower key, in the lower octave, and it sounds all right. But if I just take it up with a capo, it means I can take it up to a pitch where I can sing it in a rocky head voice, chest, but up here. So anyway, do you want to hear it?
Mm.
Yeah, of course we do.
I recorded it. I want to hear it. I recorded it into GarageBand and I put this effect on it, and I don't know if it's worked, but again, it's a little bit embarrassing because it's extremely commercial, right? It's
Is it
Kelly
Hit Me Baby
Clarkson.
One More Time?
It's Kelly Clarkson. Who likes Kelly Clarkson? Now, press 1 if you like Kelly Clarkson. Right, a lot of people like Sarah kind of.
Jeremy Clarkson's daughter.
Who knows who Kelly Clarkson is? Who remembers who Kelly Clarkson is?
Is that Jeremy?
She won Fame Academy or X Factor. She won X Factor in America. Kelly Clarkson did. The song that she won with was brilliant. This song is called "I Forgive You," and it was used in South Park. Used it in the very, very last ever episode of South Park, the post-COVID, where they go back in time and repair their friendship, and it's basically played along with this, where they've rewritten history basically because they've gone back in time, they've rewritten history and done everything right, and it comes back to when they're grown up and they're all friends instead of not being friends anymore, because they're not 30 years later. None of the lads are friends anymore. Their broship is completely gone. It's like their broship ended with COVID. COVID caused the end of their broship. So they end up going back in time and fixing their broship. And as their broship's fixing, it's playing this song. So with all of that fucking build up, it's a little bit embarrassing.
Get on with it!
Play on, player!
Forgive you, I forgive me, so when do I start to feel again? Forgive you, I forgive me, so when do I start to feel again? 'Cause I lied too long, and I'm coming home without you back.
Hang on, I need to mute.
'Cause I forgive you, forgive you. A couple of kids trying to figure out how to do it all way. No shame, no blame, damage is done. And I forgive you, I forgive you. We were busy living the dream, never noticed the glass ceiling falling on us. No shame, no blame, damage is done. And I forgive you, forgive you, I forgive me. When do I start to feel again? If I hate you, what does that do? So I breathe in and I can't pretend. 'Cause I lied too long, and I'm coming home without a bag, with a new heart in my hands. 'Cause I forgive you, I forgive you. We were just a couple of kids trying to figure out how to shame, no blame, damage is done. And I forgive you, I forgive you. We were busy living the dream, never noticed the glass ceiling falling on us. No shame, no blame, damage is done. And I forgive you, I forgive you. For every time I cry, I some stupid thing you did to hurt me, that's alright. And I forgive you. I forgive you, we were just a couple of kids trying to figure out how to live, do it our way. No shame, no blame, down just done. And I forgive you, I forgive you. We were just a couple of kids trying to figure out how to live, do it our way. No shame, no blame, down just done. And I forgive you, I forgive you. We were still living the dream, never noticed the glass ceiling falling on us. No shame, no blame, damage is done. And I forgive you.
Woo! That was cool. Enjoy that, Rich. Oh, play it again. We can hear it. Can everybody else hear it? That was really good. Can you hear us? Alex?
I can hear you, but I can't hear Richie's music.
Yeah, my bloody mouse stopped working. I'm trying to put my camera back on, everything. Okay, it's not bloody working. But anyway, yeah, there you go. Bit of Kelly Clarkson. I worked it out this morning. I played through it probably about 5 or 6 times and just took it up a key each time. It's so quick learning. Like the lyrics are really easy for it. The chord progression is really easy for it. It was just all quite easy to do it. But I love it, man. I fucking love that song. The original, her version of it just does things inside me. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's some fucking spooky voodoo magic that they're doing with their production. They're doing something.
I think you need to do at least one song every live. And you could do it live like you used to do live, Richie.
See, the thing is, it's too late for me to be belting it out. Like that was 2 in the afternoon.
Not about now.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? I could do that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Well, no, you want to do it. See, I could do that live, but yeah, it's better in the afternoon. So no, maybe I'll give you a live. But then there's no reverb on the voice. There's no echo or something on the voice, so you're just getting it real flat. But maybe I'll do that live tomorrow in the Sunday show.
That'd be awesome.
There's that one chap that I think that you did a review on a long time ago, Dimash.
No, I remember that.
Oh, mate, yeah, he was like.
That's when I first heard that. It was amazing. It was. Yeah. I'd never heard anything.
No.
And
he brought tears to my
I'd been to operas when I was a kid, and it kind of brought all that back. But then there was no one that I'd ever heard that could even have a range.
It's almost unnatural, isn't it? It's almost unnatural. He's not the only one either. There's that other lad from I forget where he's from, Philippines, I think. And there's that girl as well from the Philippines who was like really cute as well. But anyway, listen, we're gonna end up talking for another 5 hours if I don't wrap it up quick. Thank you very much.
I'm going to have to listen to it again because I didn't hear that song.
Couldn't you hear it?
I didn't hear a word.
Oh, right. I'll tell you what. I'll send it to you. I will send it to you in Signal.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Man.
All right, guys. Much love.
Have a good night. One love.
Everyone.
Be good.
Bye. One love.
It's something you would say growing up. You know, like, man, I'm in a treehouse. This is awesome. I can see trees all around me. I got a telescope. This is rad.